Alright, let's see if we get a mic and it checks. Let's do a timestamp. What do we got? 8:28 a.m. 42, 43, 44 seconds. Saturday, February 26, 2022. There's a lot of twos involved here. Alright, so the last time I tried to record this, it turned out to be like 7 hours. And that's not going to work. And so I'm going to try and start this over again and get everything organized first. The stuff you see on the right is some software that we're going to be using. Okay, LibreOffice is an open source kind of alternative to Microsoft Office. A lot of it, let me just go ahead and bring it up right now. Oops, there we go. Alright, so this is what you're looking at. This is a spreadsheet, and I'm going to be using, this is my personal spreadsheet, and this is what we're going to be using during this walkthrough for No Man's Sky. So, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to save the descriptions, links in the description. It's too long, and files can tend to get separated. So what you're going to have to do is kind of take a screenshot of that and kind of type it in by hand. Now I got an eyelash all of a sudden that's going in my eye, so I got to deal with it. When it comes to YouTube, I'm a nerd, N-E-R-D, I'm a nerd, okay? I do nerd stuff, I wear nerd clothes, I speak like a nerd. I did a lot of MIS, I spent my career in MIS, and so I was around a lot of servers, large computers, very large, very tall, very loud computers. They got lots of fans. And so spending a career in that environment and, having to speak to the person standing next to you, you have to speak at the top of your lungs at a top volume. My voice is blown out, very monotonic, very monotonic. And so that's one. I got in a motorcycle wreck, and so my speech can drift, kind of like Grandpa Simpson. And then I smoke. I smoke cannabis and tobacco. I say all these things now because I've had to deal with trolls, Trolls, trolls. I've got a PhD in computer science. I used to work at NASA. I worked on a lot of servers. Uh, See, figure in the beginning is, I'm going to date myself again. I did it in the last video, but in the earlier days, there was Sun Microsystems. So that's where Facebook is at today. Used to be Sun Microsystems, Stanford University Networking, and then off over Silicon Graphics, the Origin 2000, and DEC, the DEC Alpha 8, the Cray 5, the Cray CX5, oh, the Kraken, the Cray CX5, I love her so much, I miss her, the Kraken, the Cray CX5, and then I got pulled off Kraken to go work on Pleiades, like the constellation Pleiades. These were very loud machines, and spending 8, 10, 12 hours a day, easy, in that environment, and you're talking to the person next to you. You go deaf, you got earplugs, you got all kinds of stuff that you wear around your neck trying to shut it down, but you end up going deaf and your voice will blow out talking to the person next to you. It's like working on jet engines all day long. Hold on, I gotta spark it. Anyway, so here's the software we're gonna need to get. Let's while I'm thinking about it, I just booted up the network, just restarted everything, so I'm going to shut that for a second. But this is what's going to happen here. This spreadsheet is going to be in use. We're going to populate that. That's going to be like everything you do in No Man's Sky is going to be in this spreadsheet. Now this is version 3.82. We're going to end up using 3.75. The stuff I'm trying to show you, you can use in any version. But honestly, dude, I'm tired of being a guinea pig. I wanna have some fun. I kind of got to get back to the projects I'm working on, and so I'm not gonna. It's already version 3.82. In like a 3-day window, there was 3 different versions that came out. I mean, release was 3.80, and then there's 3.81. Now it's 3.82, and they've already got 3.83 in their experimental mode. That means they're giving you a product that they know doesn't work with the anticipation of waiting for everyone else to do the testing for them. I'm not playing that game, dude. I'm not going to play that game. And so I'm going to enjoy my experience. First off, I want to show you the reasons why I don't want to use 3.82. So we're going to install that. And then I'm going to explain why we're going to fall back to 3.75. And but this is the software we're going to use. So LibreOffice is going to be an imperative because you're going to need to use a spreadsheet or whatever you want to use. But Revo Uninstaller to uninstall this version of 3.82 and then CCleaner to kind of scrub it up and then get all the Windows stuff and then just dial it all in. At which point we're going to go back and install 3.75. So I'm going to take you through. I got to bring the network up here real quick. I just rebooted everything to clear the memory out. I was using an older version of LibreOffice 7.2.2.2, and so I kind of needed to get up to date myself. I want to make sure if I'm doing this video, when I say point here, click here, you know, that kind of thing, you can do the same. Kind of like a classroom. So I'm not very photogenic. My voice is not very charismatic. I'm a nerd. We're going to do some nerd stuff here, but we're going to take kind of like what I call, I guess, like a NASA approach to No Man's Sky. We're going to think every step along the way. We're going to say, what do I need? What do I have? What can I do? What do I need? What do I have? What can I do? We're going to level up, L-E-V-E-L, level up before we move up. And, you know, hopefully this information does you well. I've had great success with it. We're going to start over from the beginning, but in the spawning process of trying to choose a planet, I'll explain this stuff when we get there. I've already gone through that process. It took me like 2 months to get the planet and the vehicle that I've got. I'm going to take you through it, walk you there when we get there, but like when we're done with this initial setup process, we're going to start back on my planet. We're going to go back to my house. We're going to start from zero. We're going to end up in a new place. We're not going to go back to the same base that I've got. We're going to start from zero from that. When you first launch the game in initialization, you get to the starship for the first time, you get the thing to fix the engine, get this stuff, and you hop out of the car in your first save point. That's where we're going to start. That was a save I got Christmas Eve morning, December 22nd, like 9:33 in the morning. It's been a couple months now, but I've been working on these videos. So let me introduce you to this machine as we go, and so you can see the stats, the specs, what we're working with here. Boom, 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 boom. What am I looking at? Here's the model number. I give the machines, my computers, the name as a model number. Again, all my time back in MIS and IT, you know what I mean? Like it's when you start dealing with thousands and tens of thousands of machines, giving your computers cutesy names just doesn't hold very well. HP gaming laptop 16 something. I got this. I had a 32-bit Windows 7 Ultimate and a 64-bit Windows 7 Ultimate, and the 64-bit went EOL, end of life. No power, no nothing. It was done, and so I needed to replace it. I went down to Fry's like 15 minutes later, and then I found out that they were out of business. I normally work offline. I've since recently come back online. It's kind of why I want to walk you through what we're gonna do here. If you're going to follow along with me, think back to being a kid riding bicycles and you're trying to keep up with the big kids kind of thing. Like if you still have a small bicycle with the training wheels or whatever, I'm not saying you do, I'm just saying like the compare and contrast. If you're going to try and keep up with the big kids, you're going to need a bike with the same size. You're going to need to be able to keep up. That's why I got to make sure that you got the same software that I'm using. But the machine is nothing special here. It does fine on its own, but I want to explain as far as the game is just all graphics. It's all graphics. It's too much graphics, and it doesn't work. And so I'm not going to play along with that anymore. For the page file, the swap file, I always double what's in the machine. I'll go take the numbers and then just multiply by 2. Okay, a little different on this 32-bit, but display on this one, it's got a gig set to the built-in Intel, and I think it's got a gig put towards the NVIDIA. And so I don't know how it swaps it or not. I see about 2 gigs in use when it's in use, and so, however, I'm too old to care. GeForce GTX 1660 Ti with Max-Q design, NVIDIA compatible. It's a laptop. Hold on. I don't know if I said it, man, but I got in a motorcycle wreck. I also smoke. I'm dying of lung cancer, so if I cough in your ear, I apologize, bro. But that's why I got all the snot rags here. I can't spit on my floor. But anyway, when I found out that Best Buy had closed down, or not Best Buy, that Fry's Electronics had gone out of business, I was like, uh, my universe was like struck. You know what I mean? I was like, what are you talking about? And then what did I do? I thought of what's the next best solution was available close nearby. I've been going to Fry's for like the last 30 years, dude. What's up? What else is there? And so Best Buy, and it was what do you call it, chip shortage. Like after this 14 days, remember a couple years ago they were talking about 14 days. That's why I got the long hair. That's why I got the beard. It's because I didn't know about 14 days. I ran out of shaving cream. I was 2 weeks behind on shaving, and then I get to the grocery store to try and resupply, and they tell me about 14 days. I'm just like, so that means 14 days on top of that means a month. And so, unless I can get some kind of goat shears, I got a beard. And until I can get a haircut, I got long hair. So, but since I've been recording these videos, I'm going to kind of Grandpa Simpson go squirrel. But since I've been recording these videos, I've had to wear the headset. And I can't wear like a kind of my little knit cap because uh, it's kind of like getting a constant noogie, you know what I mean, with the headphones on. And so when I wear a knit cap and try and record on a microphone, the audio bleeds through and you start to get that feedback. And so that's kind of not going to work too well. But regardless, I've had to kind of pull my hair back and it gets snagged in the headset. And so like a ponytail, I'm not a ponytail guy, but I did a ponytail. And half my hair got ripped out from the elastic. And so now I look like Gollum. I look like Gollum. But anyway, so waking the board up here. Let's get this one up and running. And let's do those other two later. Alright, so let that defrag for a second. And what do we got over where? Let's go to the right. Okay, so that's the machine we just did was in the middle. Now we're on the right hand side. So the machine in the middle was an NVIDIA. The one on the right is an AMD. Okay, model number is HP DP0014NS. Alright, so let's get this guy woke up. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I was using an older version of LibreOffice, and to make sure that we're all on the same page at the time of recording this video, I kind of just went through and updated everything and cleaned off the version of No Man's Sky that I had going. And so just to show you where everything is, make sure everything's up and running. I want you to notice how drive R is missing. There's going to be a flag or a NAG, NAG, when we launch the game, No Man's Sky, and it's going to talk about NVIDIA DLSS cannot be loaded due to outdated driver. Okay, I'm trying to make it look like my machine is inadequate. It kind of adds like a sort of pseudo kind of three-dimensional type of look to the floor when you're walking. I mean, I don't care, but when the version of 3.72 didn't come out and 3.71 was broken, 3.73 put this nag on, like they want us to do this, and I'm not going to be led like a horse out to the desert. Okay, again, just kind of waking up the board, cleaning off the machines. We're going to go through and do a clean installation of No Man's Sky 3.82. I want to point out how the default settings are and why we're going to change since we're already at that point, and why the settings are set the way we're going to set them. But we're going to go through the install. I'm going to point out the things and why I don't prefer to use 3.82, and then we're going to clear that off, put on 3.75, like the final version of its predecessor, and work from there. So again, at this point, if you can deal with my voice, I'm sorry if I cough in your ear, but it's been a kind of a interesting dealing with getting onto YouTube. There's a lot of I don't know how to politely say seems artificial, selective type of placement when it comes to what's relevant or not, and some can be a bit interesting. Like some of them I've had experience where they are trying to defend their territory. Look, dude, I'm financially secure if you're watching this and you're one of them. I'm not trying to take your real estate or your stuff, dude. Like, I'm actually trying to help you out because I see you running in circles. Like, the stuff that I've learned how to do that I put up on a YouTube and since October, okay, my videos get buried. and then people watch them, and next thing you know, I see other people putting the same information up there, and I'm getting dropped off into what they call a memory hole or the abyss. And so, I mean, that's the way it is. That's fine. I don't care about the acclaim or the credit. You guys are all doing your own stuff. I'm just nobody. I just got here. But like the stuff that I've been putting out, and I've just didn't exist on the YouTubes when I was looking at it, and then I put out a thing. I created an account. I got a different account now, but I put something out, and then next thing you know, like there's a 1 hour window when I post a video, and then when that's done, then it's like you've either got the stats to let's go to the next one. Let's go to the machine on the left. You've either got the stats to bump up to the next time frame, or you get dropped into oblivion, and it's just amazing, dude. But if that's the case, that's fine. I don't care. I'm not trying to get the credit. But let me fill in the blanks as to how to do it properly, because I see you guys doing it in the most ramshackle fashion, dude. What is this stuff? Are you making artwork, or are you trying to accomplish the task? So I'm going to show you how to properly do it. I'm going to show you how I learned to do it. And I learned how to do this stuff on my own. I mean, granted, it's just part of evolution. Other people do stuff too. But like, there's one guy in particular, man. You're taking techniques that I'm showing people how to do. You won't pay attention to who's new, and so the ones that do start spreading it around. I'm getting memory hold, and then next thing you know, I see the guys that are getting all the relevant spots taking the same technique. It's like, look, dude. For the last 5, 6 years, I've been trying to come onto a No Man's Sky. Every time I take a break and post a video how to do this stuff, and every time I do, I get memory hold, and everybody else takes my little discoveries and puts them out there. And so that's fine, dude. That's fine. More power to you. But like, at this point, dude, I'm not gonna. This is the last time I'm gonna start the series. I'm not gonna go and restart it every time there's a new version. That's just it. This guy's never gonna quit the Hello Games. There's just gonna be new versions forever, and so we're gonna do it from the current, and then we're gonna do it from the current version. I'm going to point out why I'm not going to participate in that. We're going to back it up and put it in the version we're going to use as a 3.75, and then we're going to enjoy our time, and I'm going to set you up and walk you through it. It's going to take a lot of time, I'm just going to set record and let it go, that kind of thing. But don't expect, my voice is not charismatic. Like, I don't got the cutesy accent. My voice is blasted out after talking over servers for, 25 years and just dealing with smoking and everything else like that. I cough. And I used to ride motorcycles hard, like I meant it. I got a motorcycle wreck, and so my speech drifts off. I got a PhD in computer science, and I used to work at NASA at a high point, but I also used to work at McDonald's in my youth. And so, like, as it is right now, I got in a motorcycle wreck, and I'm not fit for really anything. I'm disabled. I'm retired. I got mines, lots of mines, farms of mines, and so I got more coins and more zeros than I'm cool. I'm chill. I'm not here trying to take your pennies away from you. You'll never see an advertisement on my videos. It's just not how I'm going to function with it. Um, I'm financially secure. Let's just leave it at that. And so where are we at on this guy? On the right hand side, it looks like we're done. Okay, cool. And so I don't know if it's going to do it, but we'll close that out. And then I'm going to delete this or cut this from the desktop. And then I'll put it somewhere where, hold on. Let's see what we got here. Put it in this guy. There we go. Put it there for a minute. Alright, boom. And what I do want to do is get an installation. Well, I'm not going to worry about this one right now. It won't even run. This HP is an AMD machine. This game just does not run on it at all. I'm getting 10 to 17 frames per second, and that's just not going to work. Alright, and in the middle, we're good on that. We'll close that one down and see how we're doing on the left. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, and so while this thing is going, let me take a sip of coffee for a second. Let's get a shopping list up. You're going to need some software. If you're going to follow along with me with this, you're going to need the same software that I'm going to be using. So I'm going to just show you my personal shopping list. Is this the one? No, it is not, but let's just jump to it. Let's do something like open file location, and let's just get down to here. Alright, boom. You're going to end up with a file structure that looks kind of like this. 3.70, 3.71, 3.73, 3.74. Okay, like I've been restarting these videos every time we get a new version. I'm not going to do it anymore, dude. I'm not going to do this anymore. We're going to do it right now. We're going to talk, I'm going to talk, show you why, and then we're going to come back to 3.75. But for right now, let's get you a shopping list so you got the software we're going to need to accomplish that task. And while that's defragmenting, we might as well just, here, let me hop us on the internet. The interwebs, the inner zones. I usually don't keep it in my house or in my computers attached to it, but since I've been playing No Man's Sky, I went and picked up a thing so I can hop it on the interwebs. Alright, so let's do a quick shopping list real quick. I'm not going to be able to really walk you through everything, alright? But let me just take you, let's see, where is, will it fit? No, that's about it. Alright, so do your best to get a screenshot. I don't know if it's gonna, yeah, it's too small for me to, there we go, there we go, there we go, that works. Alright, so I just installed the new version of LibreOffice, and so it's talking to me about that. Alright, so it says you're running version 7.3 of LibreOffice for the first time. Do you want to learn what's new? I'm not worried about it. So just take a screenshot of what you got on here. I can't just give you a file. If you download the video, if time passes, if the links break, whatever, you can type it down by hand and get yourself in town. Okay, but LibreOffice, let's just start launching some URLs. I'm just going to launch these because they're probably going to time out. And so I'm just going to go down the list here real quick. Come on, fingers, why aren't you working? Here, let me get this thing out of the way. Maybe that's being an issue. Alright. I'm using DPI scaling. There's a DPI scaling from Windows 10 to Windows 7, just doesn't apply. And so I'm getting old. I've been staring at a computer my whole life and I'm going blind. But while I'm sitting here, let's just bring these up. They're going to time out, and that way I don't have to sit around and wait for them. Alright. Bear with me for just a second. I just rebooted the network, and so nothing is loaded. I just cleared off and installed. I cleared off all the No Man's Sky, and I cleared off and reinstalled, or we're going to install right now, what you call it. We're going to install No Man's Sky right now, but I wanted everything cleaned up, which didn't give me the opportunity to try and be tidy. My apologies. My house isn't ramshackle right now because it's like I spent the last 4 months working on this project, and I'm really kind of like worn out and tired. Alright, so LibreOffice, I'm going to close this little, I want you to make note of this little screen right here right now, and I'm going to close it out of the way. This is we're going to download later, but this is the online installer, and I'm going to talk about it in a couple tabs. Okay, so first off, just while we're here, I got to keep it quick. How long is this video so far? It's 23 minutes. Yeah, dude, I'm going to try and keep it short, but I can't talk much faster. I'll spontaneously combust. It's probably going to be a few hours, but I'm going to try and be swift with it. But software. Okay, the spreadsheet that we're using is going to be a large data collection. Okay, there's going to be elements and trading, and the scaling's off because it's on a different machine. And the coordinates, this is going to be where your save files are, and the planet data. Okay, we're going to do lots of copying and pasting. Okay, and you're going to populate this list. Conflict levels, every system you go to, you're going to have economy type of data and all this other stuff. And so we're going to set some settings, you know what I mean? The main objective here is this one particular folder. Oh, it's too small for me to see. I'll do my best. Hello Games. This is where your save files are going to be. We're going to need to make a zip, a .zip, a zip of that. And then that is going to go through a process of moving folders and then being renamed. Okay, it's eventually going to have a numeric, it's going to be enumerated, and then it's going to take the data that's going to be in these columns, okay, and that'll be your file save name. And as you go through Star Systems, all of this data is going to be, you're going to fill in the blanks, and then when you need something, like I saw a guy the other day, he needed dirt to change the color of his bird. He could just go and type in dirt, and he wouldn't have to run around and make videos on YouTube and get in the way, that kind of thing. So hopefully it can be helpful in that aspect. And so again, this is kind of the shopping list. Okay, again, take another screenshot of that. You take a screenshot, you can type it down by hand. I'm going to walk you through right now what each one is, and then we're going to kind of move on from that. LibreOffice, this is the Microsoft alternative, the open source free software kind of thing. These are the people, I guess, that worked on it. I don't know, but when you do get to here, when you go into the download section, I'm just going to open in a new window. I want to point this out while we're here. There's going to be 32-bit software and 64-bit software. Collect all for both. Collect all for both. I did a lot of work on Y2K. I do a lot of work now on Y2K38, and I'm telling you this, you're going to need an offline copy of your software. That's why I work offline. Okay, so when you do this and you get to the screen for the software, for this project, we're going to be using it for the spreadsheet, but I need to make sure that you've got a spreadsheet to work with. Okay, so if you were to right-click and say save, right-click the download button and say save link, okay, it's going to give you a location. I just kind of thought the default downloads folder, okay, and then you'd say save, right, and then from save, you'd have that file set, and then you would, pardon me, and then you right click the torrent and you say save link as, and it says yeah, see, I don't want to go through the whole process again, or we'll be here forever. And you right click and download the torrent. See where it says torrent? Okay, this is open source. Just because something says torrent doesn't mean it's illegal. Microsoft Windows is like, that's how they distribute their software to you. When you're getting your updates, you're getting it from a torrent. You're getting it from peer to peer. Okay, you're getting it from the same technology. And so, don't listen to all the hysteria that people keep talking about. That's called propaganda. Remember, Microsoft bought their own television station, and that television station started telling you that torrents were illegal. No, they're not at all, not even in the slightest. Okay, that's like talking about the sun rising and set. The reality check, dude. The planet spins. The sun does not rise and set. Okay. This guy, Bill Gates, went and said that these were illegal, and then he went and took down the Pirate Bay, and then all of a sudden, as soon as he got access to the source code of how it actually worked, he then implemented it in his next version of Windows with Windows 10. And so that's a corporate takeover over free software. So again, this is open source, this is all free software, but we're going to be using torrents. Okay, in order to use torrents, we're going to need to use some software to do that. You're going to need a client. Okay, so again, there's a 32-bit and a 64-bit. We're going to be dealing with Windows, but get the 32-bit and get the 64-bit. Right-click each of these links, download. Okay, this is the application. This is going to be about 300 megabytes, and then download the torrent, that same file, and this is going to be the link, the torrent link. And so if you need to share that file, and then the data, the list, okay, the metadata, the right-click save, okay, the mirror list, right? And then you got what? You got the help file. You're going to right-click the help file, so you have an offline help file. Again, I'm trying to get you ready for Y2K38, okay, because I was the youngest at the time working on Y2K, but then you're going to have the offline help file, okay, so you're not going to be dependent on the internet, and then you get to right-click the torrent for the help file, and so that way you can share the data without having to use the internet. It's not illegal, it just doesn't use the internet. That illegal concept got passed off with Bill Gates, okay, because he got mad back in 1983. Go look at Bill Gates' manifesto, or, the Bill Gates manifesto. Okay, back in 1983, he sounded like a little kid that got upset because someone took his juice money. Well, dude, he was basically trying to get over on everybody, just like he has today. But he was trying to do that then, and he was mad that, software can be copied, but you can't copy hardware. Well, then get in a different market, dude, or quit your whining. But he stepped down from Microsoft and went and took out the Pirate Bay, threw the dude in a dungeon, and then took the guy's servers and technology, and then implemented it into Windows 10. I mean, can you see how absolutely wicked and evil that is? He took some person, threw them in a dungeon for the rest of their life, okay? and then took the guy's stuff and then used it to kind of, again, dominate the market. I mean, that's just about as evil as you can get. I don't play into that kind of stuff. I spent my life supporting Microsoft products, and now I've had to spend the other half of my life keeping Microsoft out of my products. Hey, anyway, Spark it if you got it. I gotta stay chill. Okay, so 32-bit and a 64-bit, we're gonna need this software. Okay, I just really want to point out there's 1, 2, 3 different elements to download here. There's gonna be 1, 2, 3, the help file 2, 3, 6 elements to download on this page. It's very important. I'm trying to express. Next, 7-zip. Okay, I cannot ensure that you have the WinRAR or WinZip or anything like that. And built-in Windows is really kind of not adequate for doing a lot of stuff, but it's good enough in a fail-safe situation, in a worst-case scenario. If you use 7-zip, okay, lightweight, free, open source, okay, GNU's not Unix, all right, Richard Stallman type of stuff, okay, very light footprint, works on everything, open source, everybody's is good stuff, okay? That being the case, when you're in here, you'll have an option of proprietary type of file format, .7z, okay? Only use that if you're trying to create a span, like a multiple volume copy, alright? But if you're going to be keeping it on your personals, use the .zip extension. Again, worst case scenario, you lose your software install in the installation software, not just the installed copy, okay? Then you can use the built-in Windows version of the extension .zip to extract whatever you've got, just as a safety net. So unless you need it. Now again, free file sync. This is going to be one where you're going to be taking data from one drive to another. Maybe you saw when I was closing all the windows down that this is part of like the standard kind of boot routine. Hold on. Since I've been using a YouTube, I see so many people, they talk about their RAID, they raid their drives, they stripe their drives. Foolishness. I mean, do your thing, handle your business, but like, unless you're trying to render one very large file, which I don't know how you do that at a domestic level and try and upload it anywhere. But unless you needed to, like, if you're at a domestic level, there should be no reason to raid your drives. Okay, first off, when they fail, okay, you're going to have to get a drive from the same manufacturer and put it in the same chassis. But what happens if the chassis fails? Well, then you're out of everything. You know what I mean? Is things are not what they seem at a commercial level, at the domestic level. Unless you're at the corporate or government level, I would say don't try and raid or stripe your drives. Get individual physical drives. Okay, here, look. Get individual physical drives, okay, and then synchronize them. All right. If you're going to do this, okay, notice library, portable, nothing, and backup. This is the portable drive, okay, like, see that little red drive on the side? That's a Y2K38 drive. Okay, well, this one really isn't going to be a daily driver. This is pulling data, all right? But like this one right here needs to be a bit on the top end, a real hard drive, and so it's a Western Digital sitting next to it. The black version, there's blue, green, red, and black. The black is the performance, okay, and so there's a 4 terabyte performance drive. Its counterpart in a fixed hardware, okay, when I say fixed, I mean that's something that's plugged into the wall. Now, granted, everything here is plugged into the wall, but the ones that require a power adapter, say that do not have a built-in battery, laptops, cell phones, keyboards, things like that. So in this case, a portable drive, one where the drive you can slip into a backpack and it doesn't require a physical to-the-wall power adapter. It receives its power through the USB cable. Keep in mind that a third of the total bandwidth, the data throughput of that cable, is going to be reserved for the power of the physical drive. And so you're going to get 66% of your copy rate. So instead of copying files at 113 megs a second, it's going to copy at like 87, kind of 90. You know what I mean? So that's the power for the drive. To mention as of that, you don't want to put constant strain of that power on the direct USB ports on any given device. You want to take all of your portable USB drives or any device, and I don't know if the camera can pick it up, but there's a gear cluster, like an old telephone patch board type of thing, a USB patch board is what I kind of do. Velcro, I'll get like 1.5 inch wide kind of Velcro strips, and then I'll Velcro them together, and then I'll get some double-sided non-sticky Velcro, and I'll wrap it around the ends of an extension, like a 12-15 foot extension. And so there's a brick of USB hubs for each individual device that's going to be using them, and then they plug into each other where need be. The USB drives that are powered plug into the USB hub. All of the devices plug into the USB hub, but the USB hubs are now wired into those physical, real thick gauge extensions that run for 15 feet. And so you don't got to really pack everything super close. Kind of the drives to their power adapters, okay, that's a given, but like you run the wiring where you need it to be. You know what I mean? And that way you eliminate the electrical drain of the device, so it's not pulling that energy off of that hub. You know what I mean? And that way you preserve the ports, the physical sockets that you plug in and out, take out the USB cables. You preserve the longevity on the device because you're not constantly pulling them out. You've got USB hubs, which again, think of a cell phone that's got a power adapter that you plug into a wall. It'll explode the device. It'll detonate it's not power conditioned. It's just taking energy. Don't ever use them. What I tend to do though is I'll plug in the phone, even if you don't even use a computer. Just get a USB computer USB hub. They're power conditioned. Okay, they know this stuff is going to be like phones and devices. It's designed not to fry your devices, not to destroy your hardware, and so that way the phone is constantly plugged in. It's like a computer. The keyboard is plugged into a USB hub. It's constantly plugged in. It's like a computer. I've got a backup smaller keyboard on the side for when I got to hit the road and get mobile. You see what I mean? But the main reason for backing up your data, your library, to a mobile device, to a portable device, is the power will eventually go out. God forbid, but when it does, it's going to happen in an instant, and you're not going to have any time your preparation needs to be beforehand. Like if you see on the right-hand side, there's a USB, okay? It's for the fixed devices. If you're in a point where you're running a disk image, or you're doing something that requires the disk to be locked and the power goes out, and it's using AES 256 data encryption, good luck trying to unlock that drive. You'll still be able to get the data, but you won't be able to change anything, that kind of number. So blackouts are an issue you always got to be aware of, okay? Zero downtime. But when the power does go out, if you keep everything on one UPS, okay, underneath I've got another one running the lights or whatever, so I'm not sitting in the dark, okay? But if you have your primary library on a USB drive, a powered drive, okay, then when the power goes out, that extension that you run over here, I run it to a little portable USB hub for when it's to the laptop. So I make my primary work device a laptop, so it's got a built-in battery, okay, and then it's got a portable USB hub that has the extension that takes all the data from the USB all together, and so it's not taking any putting any real drain on the port, it's just sending data. And then I'll put like the mouse in there, so it's constantly, the mouse, whatever happens, is always attached to the computer itself. That way you can get in when you're in boot into the BIOS, into the UEFI, that kind of thing. Again, don't deal with battery-powered devices. The battery cell will eventually dry out. It'll be end of life, and you'll be left with a paperweight. Okay. In this case, like I said, there's a big tower of USB drives. Yeah, seems kind of primitive, but like there's a 4 terabyte drive with one solid partition, so there's no header mistakes. Again, if you RAID your drives, it happens so often that the headers will get corrupted. Okay, and unless you know what you're doing, you're not going to be liking the situation. Personally, I've got that out in there my farm, okay, but that's on my rack. I've got all different kinds of rigs and mines and farms. I got all kinds of stuff in the other room, but that requires me to go in the other room and sit in the air conditioning. Well, I'm not dressed for it. I'm in my comfy gear. Everything's up and running. Okay, then I deal with RAID. Then I deal with stripes. Okay, but for your personals, dude, portable drive, use SyncToy. Okay, use SyncToy. not SyncToy, Free File Sync. Never use SyncToy, not the Microsoft one. It'll corrupt your data, but I use this and then synchronize the data. So the data here will be synchronized. From the portal will be synchronized to the first fixed drive, and the first fixed drive gets backed up to the secondary. Okay, the first data drive gets backed up to the fixed backup. The fixed image drive gets backed up to the image fixed backup. You see what I mean? That kind of drill. That's the kind of the point. Wherever you put your library is wherever you put your library. But that's about the end of the recommendation on that. Securing your machine. Securing your machine. On the right-hand corner here, down in the systems tray, okay, is what's called a TSR. A TSR, a terminate and stay resident. Okay, this is like an IP filter. If you're running software, in the other room I got a Barracuda. Barracuda. It's an IP filter, like a spam filter. Most people who use the interwebs, they're used to using like they're talking about the cloud, CLOUD, cloud. I deal with the swarm, SWARM, swarm. When you're gonna go out, even on anywhere you go out on the interwebs, okay, you want to make sure that IPs are not getting into your machine. Most people think if you got antivirus that you're safe for this or that. A lot of people, and I see it for the normies or for the youngsters, don't really realize that like what you see, there's more behind the scenes. This is kind of like a window into who's coming in, who's going out. So the first thing you do is you want to block everybody out on the planet, create a list, block everybody out, and then slowly allow people in and through that list. Well, that takes a long time because there's a lot of IPs on the planet. You fill that list with this company, iBlockList, okay? I should have brought that page up first. And so these guys maintain those lists. These guys maintain those IPs. Lots of lists. So what you're going to do is instead of going one at a time in here and punching in each individual IP or domain and range, what you're going to do is you're going to give the URL list, and you're going to plug this into PeerBlock, and so it's going to go out and pull out what those lists are, and so then you'll have a constant updated list. I would recommend that you go in on subscription, okay, because then you can like gain access to others that are really viable. But when you want to keep like bad guys out of your machine, all of these for the most part are bad guys. A list is just a list, okay? What you do with it, like these ones right here, this is your computer, so you're not going to want to block those. You know what I mean? But this one is like this particular list is if you're not going to be, if you want no networked telephony, you know what I mean? And so like if you want to keep your machine off of the network, but then you're not going to be able to do like remote desktop. It's just that machine by itself. It's a great way to easy number keep your machine offline from everybody. I don't want any networks. I don't want anyone. You go to a coffee shop and someone wants to come and get in your business, just enable this for a second. Boom. You go to the coffee shop, go into your list manager, enable that list for a minute. You're going into a coffee shop. Nobody's going to be able to get into your machine through any kind of like simple networking, if anyone, God forbid, ever uses, okay, that kind of thing. There's lots of things that you got to be aware of when you're out there, okay? And so I'm trying to protect you before you get out there. All right, so you're gonna have to download the software again. With here, there's a torrent. Okay, here's a torrent. Okay, we're gonna have to download a torrent. Okay, and the software we're gonna be using requires Java. Requires Java to be installed. You can download stuff online, but again, what I work on is Y2K38. I've got a workaround, and nobody's going to be paying attention to anything I say right now, but in about 15 years, they're going to go back through these videos and disseminate everything I'm saying. But right now, I'm taking a break from all that, and I'm filling in I'm trying to help you play a video game. Before I get back to what I'm working with, KB5009543. KB5009543. Once again, KB5009543. Okay, for the first time in a long time, we've got an operating system that Microsoft cannot get into. Okay, and it's a beauty. It's a beauty. Couldn't ask for a better build. It's a Windows Enterprise LTSC 2021 version. First one out. and it's just like they broke the LLTP, the Link Layer Transport Protocol. I think they changed the name to the L2TP. Okay, but that is the VPN. That's the Microsoft built-in VPN, not the stuff you pay for on to surf the interwebs, but the built-in corporate level. But that's the backbone that's the Trojan horse. Okay, and they broke it, and so they can't get into it, which means no matter what they do, as we get close to Y2K38, they can't shut us out, and we can go and save the day. We're going to have to be able to reboot civilization, and you're going to need to have a Batman tool belt to do it. For right now, we're playing a game, and later I'll come back and talk about that more. But in this case, download the offline installers, always the offline, everything 32-bit and 64-bit. Get both. You're always going to need it. You'll never know when, but when you do, if you build a solid library, proper documentation, be thorough, be diligent, go OCD, okay, you're going to love it. You're going to be grateful later, okay? Now, we did all this so we can go ahead and use a copy of Views. This is the one that had that little pop-up, the online installer. This is the actual company website, and the online installer is from here. There's an Easter egg in there, nothing nefarious, but like if you cancel out at a certain point, if you know when to cancel out, that's what I mean Easter egg, then it'll give you an option to, oh, do you want to download other versions or for other operating systems? And then you'll have a list, not just the online installer, what they call a stub, S-T-U-B. Okay, to bypass all of that, you can do this if you want, but again, you're going to have to be nimble on your toes if you know what you're doing. If not, just to make life easier, SourceForge. Again, all of this is on the shopping list. We just tabbed it open, SourceForge. Okay, boom. All right, now, if you're a normie, if you're a youngster, I don't know, but like, you're going to be interested in the .exe versions. I mean, this is all legal software. I'm not trying to give you anything, I'm not trying to get you caught up with anything. But for the Windows version, you're going to need the exe. Okay, if you're a youngster, I've seen kids almost like 8 and 10 years old trying to do No Man's Sky, and you never know what's going to be watching. And so if you're like a normie, a housewife, or whatever, I'm not talking junk, but just DMG is pretty much like a Macintosh type of thing. You know what I mean? So like, I mean, correct me, I don't use Macintosh or Apple. So, but our interest is going to be in the 32-bit and the 64-bit, not just for your computer, but there's going to be other computers you come across. The day is going to come that you're going to need this. Now, as far as Views is concerned, it is so well designed. It is solid. It does not need to be maintained. There's a people the people still exist, but the utility itself, it's perfect. It doesn't need it doesn't need to be updated. It's perfect. That's the beauty of it. It does absolutely everything you need to do. So that's why I recommend it. So that's Views. If you're going to be using a computer, I got to fly through it kind of quick here. Now, Flood. All right, if you're going to be downloading on a phone, okay, like is pretty much like how I'll usually do it. Okay, there's a ad-free, I guess $1.49 kind of thing. Do what you gotta do or whatever if you're gonna do it. But like, I personally don't do digits. I just don't deal with it. This one right here says contains ads. Yes, it does contain ads, but this is what it's gonna give you. I'm gonna zoom in. Look at the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4 different panels. Yeah, in the picture that's all the same application, but just for the sake of the demonstration, pretend that these are all different applications. Okay, such that if I were on my keyboard to hold down the Alt key and press Tab, I can bring up a kind of a lifted, elevated menu, and every time I hit Tab, I go forward. If I hold down Shift and hit Tab, I go backwards, and when I let go, I go to the application, right? That kind of thing. And so that's going to be the objective. That's going to be the keystroke, the technique to get around this advertisement. Okay, where it says contains ads. There's going to be 2 different ads on this game, or not game, but software. Okay, now I've scoured, the Google stores, tried out all the software. Okay, this is the most robust. I haven't had any issues with any kind of leaked data or anything like that, and it allows you the options of what you need. However, I mean, like for what's out there, this is the best that's out there that I've come across anyway on a Google store apps or whatever. There's going to be 2 different types of ads, okay, and I'm going to show you the technique to get around this. Note the size of and note the existence of the navigation bar with the triangle, circle, and the square. First off, the size of one advertisement is about the size of this navigation bar, and so just above the navigation bar there'll be kind of like a rollover banner at the same size, and it'll be fit in between the plus sign and the navigation bar. This will be moved up a little bit, and so that's innocuous. That does nothing. It just every couple, however long, it just flip to a new. If you click it, go to it kind of thing. I just doesn't bother me in the slightest. What does become an issue, and this is why I'm going through this lengthy discussion, when you try, like, say, Arch Linux, Ubuntu, Linux Mint, okay, one is finished. Arch, you got to know what you're doing if you're going to get in there. But, like, okay, say you seeded out Arch and you want to remove it from the list. Okay, you're going to do a thing where you're going to hold your finger on it. It's going to change this plus or the play sign. It's going to change that into kind of like a square checkbox, and then you either check or uncheck that. In that mode, every item that you select or check is going to be selected, if you will. Okay, this menu at the top at that time is going to change. It'll offer like a little trash can. When you try and delete a file or remove a file from your seed list, from your hosting list, okay, it takes this. They take that opportunity to throw an advertisement, and this is the one and why I'm trying to express what I'm trying to express. It throws like a pop-up advertisement that covers the whole screen, including the navigation bars. Okay, such that if you don't do what I'm doing right now, you're gonna be forced to kind of click the advertisement. I don't play that game. I just don't deal with it. Okay, so just like on my keyboard on my laptop, I can go in Alt-Tab and switch between the screens. Okay, this is going to be a Bluetooth phone, a Bluetooth connected device. If you were to, this is the keyboard that I've got right under my hand here on my right hand side, and then the keyboard sitting on top of the drive towers is this guy over here in the black. Okay, the one in the back. All right, so these two individual drives, I want you to know the reason I use them. Let me scroll down a little bit just so you can see. On the plastic, the rubber, it's really just like a rubber. There's a kind of a beveling in the molding. Okay, right by the power light is the power switch. Okay, and right next to the power switch is a USB port. I think this is a micro USB. I don't know, kind of hexagonal. It's got a couple dents. The last one that I've ever seen really being used, and this is the color I've got it in. And so when it's plugged in, the USB cable is always plugged in, and it's plugged into a USB. So you micro USB to a USB-A, standard USB-A, and so the device is always plugged in and ready to go. It's like just having a standard keyboard. But the point is, when the built-in battery goes EOL, end of life, the cells are worn out eventually someday, this will continue to be a functioning keyboard, and it's the only one on the market I've seen that has a USB cable, a USB wire that attach it. You know, there's no adapters, you don't plug it into the wall, it's just a USB cable. Same goes for this guy right here, this MX Keys. Let me zoom in a little bit. I'm not a salesman, my voice is nerd, but like the nerd in me, right here, there's the power switch next to the power light. Just to the left of it, you'll see right here, there's a USB wire, a USB port. Okay, this is the more newer, more modern, I guess. It looks kind of like a track and field lap, you know, a track and field dirt track. You know, it's just like an oval. It's just like an oval. You can plug it in one way, it works fine. You twist it the other way, plug it in, it works just fine. Okay, that's one of the main points of them. The functionality for the workaround, however, the alt holding, again, for the normies and the youngsters, I don't know, for nerds you know how to navigate, it's like blinking, but like I point this out that this is the workaround for this flood pop-up advertisement. When that advertisement pops on the screen, if you on their keyboard were to hold down Alt and Tab, or Alt and Shift Tab to go in reverse, but all you need is Alt and Tab. So hold on Alt with your thumb and press the Tab key. And on the computer here, there's a pop-up application selection window. Okay, that's what I'm gonna call it. The same thing will happen when you do that. This will now go in. Now, again, imagine that each of these tiles are individual applications. Okay, individual applications. When you do an Alt Tab, if the keyboard is already paired with the device and it's awake and it's ready to go, you got to prepare before you do it. Well, then you can just press Alt Tab, and then these will come up essentially like 4 windows. If you take your thumb with the mouse, with the mouse cursor, if you were to take your thumb as if the cursor and just swipe off the top of the screen, then this window, that pop-up advertisement, will be disabled and then discarded, right? And so now you've, just by, I know it's a workaround, but it's a workaround. By pressing Alt and Tab with a Bluetooth keyboard, and I recommend this one because you can keep it plugged in, you don't got to worry about batteries, okay? Pressing Alt and Tab will disable, and then you can take your thumb and discard that pop-up advertisement. And then, if you notice in the top corner here, sorry, my beard's going up my nose, this little teardrop, the one with the checkbox, sorry, dude, my beard's going right up my nose. The one here with the checkbox, or the check mark, okay, that's the notification that this file is complete, or that there is a completed file. But the other one is the TSR, just like this one on the system tray, all of these running in the background. This is the application running in the background. I think you got to change the option setting to run when the window's closed, so make sure it runs when the window's not active, okay? But once you set that setting to run in the background when it's not active on the screen, then you can sit there, this top darker blue menu bar, you can grab with your thumb again and pull the menu bar down, and then you'll start to see like the menu bar menu. Here's the applications that are in there, and I don't know what you technically call it, so I'm just stuttering. And then you find that application. If you tap the one for Flood, this application, and then all of a sudden it brings you right back to the main screen, right where you started. And now whatever applications you removed, or whatever seeds you removed from your host list, are now removed, and so you've now bypassed that forcible advertisement. Again, that's all just a workaround. It's all just a workaround, okay? But that's why the workaround. All right, if we're done with that, how long is this video? Hi, I'm trying to rush through this thing, dude. An hour. Yeah, I was gonna move on. I'm trying to explain what we need so that way you can get there. Where were we though? Boom. Headsets. Alright, I need to smoke a bowl for half a second, dude. I'm not trying to talk any junk to anybody, so don't get offended when I'm talking about it. Okay, this is my mouse on the screen. This is the headset. Like, I've got this mouse, I've got this headset. The keyboards, well, those are the laptops. Okay, but like, hold on. Connections, okay, contacts, material types, physics. It seems that like the more people play video games, the less they understand about the physics, and then they buy something based on the LEDs, the lights, the lighting. I really don't care about the lighting, and I'm not trying to be a salesman. I just want to talk about the people who are making videos on YouTube. My voice is weak because I've been smoking my entire life, okay? And I can't compete with loud sounds. And so when I try and make a video, I have to turn the volume down on the game. But the way I see people doing it is kind of maybe kind of what they call bass backwards. Okay, so I'm putting this up here just because I know it's there. Okay, there's a dial on the headset. Okay, positive and -5. +5, -5. Louder, softer. More volume, less volume. Okay, but in the center there's a little detent, a little bump where the dials stop. I know exactly where 0 is. I don't got to look at it. I don't got to take it off. It feels where I can, boom, it locks into place. Okay, 0. When you're recording, set your monitors at 0. Okay, your headset, your monitors, your speakers, set it at 0. Okay, when you're recording, set your meters at 0. Unless you're prof and you're recording live tracks and you know what you're doing. Okay, I spent half my life in a recording studio, dude. Set me down in front of a Mackie TT-24, and I'll give you an orchestra, that kind of thing. But like. But for the guys that are doing like on a YouTube, okay, like I was trying not to do names, but like, Sideshow Bob and Captain Jack and Professors Sinister and all these guys, okay, they're talking into their mic and then they'll go do like a video introduction, okay, but their meters weren't leveled and their monitors weren't leveled when they were making their master recording, and then they go off and put another piece of video on top of it that's usually like 320 kilobit audio. And so the louder if it sounds nice to you when you're listening to it, well, that's because you've probably got the monitor set high. And so the result that'll happen, and again, I don't know why people don't understand this, when the sound's good in your ear, you're going to match your voice. It's just going to happen. Your voice will match with what your ear hears. Okay? I'm having to raise my voice because I can't hear it. It's set properly that like what I'm speaking is what's going to be recorded. Okay, it's leveled. It's leveled properly. Okay, and so it's kind of one of those situations where it's like if the volume was up real high, well then I would probably have my voice a lot softer because I can hear my voice really loud in my ear, and subconsciously you're not going to want to blast your own eardrums out. And then if I sit there and have my voice real soft like this, and then put on a video in the background like a little video, it's like, okay, so everyone parrots each other, they mimic each other on YouTube, and so now everyone's got their volume set for themselves, but it sounds really, really quiet because they're talking at a normal voice that they would think is normal, but since it's really, really soft, okay, because they've got the volume at +5, then they say, okay, everybody, without any other ado, let's get into it. And then they put a video that says, come and play! Dude, I'm trying to listen to you without a headset. I gotta turn my monitors to full blast just to hear your voice. It's like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. My windows are open, and then the intro goes on about come on in and play and big PlayStation characters everywhere, and the dogs down the street, a quarter mile up the road, start barking because all of a sudden something started blasting out there. Dude, I put this up here and I mention it because it's like if you're going to do this and you're going to clog up the human art, if you're going to take up all the real estate, like the guys that are, I would say, artificially placed, yeah, they got cute accents, and I'm not saying anything against you, but like your numbers are not anything that can be considered viable. They're artificial. You're placed at the top of the list artificially. Like Sideshow Bob will post a video 16 seconds ago, and then I'll go instantaneously. Then that's on the top of the relevance filter when you first log on to a search for No Man's Sky on a YouTube application. First thing up, Sideshow Bob posted 16 seconds ago. Okay, fine. I changed the search filter. I changed it to upload date, and I say last hour. First thing that comes up is Billy Joe Jim Bob, who's some rando guy like me on the internet, on the interwebs, sitting there saying, "Hey, I got a video out here. I just posted 6 seconds ago." Well, to just make for equation, say 10 seconds it takes to change the filter settings from relevance to upload date into last hour, and then have it load that data, say it's 10 seconds. Well, if the first one from Sideshow Bob was said 16 seconds ago, and then the one from Billy Joe Jim Bob, random person like me, says 6 seconds ago, the person Sideshow Bob is at the top of the relevance list 6 seconds ago with no views is at the top of the relevance list. That's artificial placement. I cannot take that person seriously. And then I listen to what they're talking about. It's like, dude, you're walking people into a brick wall, dude. It's like grifting. It's grifting. You're trying to stay relevant and stay, because you've got a moneymaker. Do it for free with no advertisements. Do it for free with no advertisements. No merchandise, no nothing. And then I'll take that back. But until then, you're what's called a grifter. Okay, a 3-card Monty. You're trying to stay up and keep that relevance list that anything you post is instantly relevant. I'm not saying that it's not nice to listen to what you got to talk about, but you've said it all like 10,000 times in 10,000 videos. You know what I mean? Like, and I guess the main point is, I've been showing people in this last year techniques that I've used, and over the last 5-6 years, of how I use and how I approach this game. And every time I post something, there's a small group of people that go and watch it, and then they go, I get memory hold and dropped off into oblivion. Okay, fine. And then I got to deal with trolls giving me grief on the back end side of it. And the next thing you know, the next day, here's all these videos about how to do what I just showed people to do. And all my videos are completely like, you have to search for it by name or go to my page and look on it by list. All right, dude. All right, dude. Professor Sinister, look, dude, like, when you get thumbs ups and thumbs downs, you can't see the thumbs downs. It's because you don't know what you're doing. I can see the thumbs downs. I can see when you come and thumbs down my thumbs downs. Okay, and then all of a sudden I see what devices you're logging on from. Again, that's just a big layer that holds it from your vision. I know what I'm doing. I can see past all that stuff. If you know what you're doing, I can't talk about it because then they'll shut the door behind me. So, uh, no hacker's gonna ever tell you how he hacked it. You know what I mean? Otherwise you're not gonna be able to get in there again. I do all kinds of stuff. I do all kinds of stuff you don't even know about. I mean, I got brain damage from a motorcycle wreck. I kind of stumble across stuff, but like lately I've been showing people how to do things, and like I get disappeared and everybody else gets the glory. I could care less about the glory. I just want to post the video and have the information get out there. But since everybody else is going to take what I do and try and post it up, okay, well then that's cool. That's cool. Okay, well let me show you how to do it properly because you guys are making a mess out of it. And every time it's like you don't even know how to do it yet and you're running around trying to do it. I guess I'm talking directly to Professor Sinister. You know what I mean. But let's move on here. No, if you're going to be playing the game No Man's Sky, you're going to need a mouse. You're going to need a mouse. You're going to need a mouse because you're going to be leaning on this left click button constantly. There's a metal on metal contact with most mice, all right, and that becomes a problem. And so you're going to have to kind of bypass and work around that thing. This one has an optical switch inside of it. So what's called like a double click, you're going to end up in a situation where like you click on something and then it clicks again. It's because having the mouse was designed to click and double click. It wasn't designed to click and hold for 5 minutes, building a base and dealing with camera shake intensities. You know what I mean? Like, dude. And so you're completing a circuit on there and it's sending electricity. Okay, that electricity tends to heat up the metal and the metal begins to arc. And those arcs turn on like a mountain into a volcano. As time goes on, every time you click, it's touching multiple items. This switch right here, this is why I want to bring this up. Think of when you go into a grocery store or the doors open. When you walk up to the doors open. There's an or mostly sometimes when they do the that's a motion detector. But like when you walk into a convenience store in the old days, it would send off a chime that like a doorbell type of chime that someone walked through the door. It's because they walked through. There was a light and a receiver, and that signal was broken when the person walked through it and it sent off the alarm. That is how this mouse works. It's a light that goes through, and when you click, you're blocking that signal, and that signal is then the command is sent. Okay, that's the click. Okay, so if you're going to be playing No Man's Sky, I really recommend this mouse, and that's why I'm putting it on a link. I'm trying to be quick here because this video is taking forever as it stands. Okay, but like if you're going to be playing this game, the way that the viewpoint, it's almost like the game is designed, it's like working in AutoCAD. If you've ever worked with Autodesk or Maya or Revit or Mechanical or there's a whole library of Autodesk that I've used in my lifetime, and this reminds me playing No Man's Sky. It reminds me of working inside of like Maya 3D. Okay, but like that's just me. The way this mouse is constructed, I'm trying to express to you here. These are optical switches. If people figure out what this actual device is and the company is able to make the revenue, later we'll get optical switches in the thumb panels. So the next version up will hopefully have a better optical switch, and then if they make more revenue, someday we'll get like an optical dial, or maybe they'll incorporate the Logitech with the magnetic dial. Okay, but as it stands right now, this is the best device on the market. Okay, zero worry, you're not going to have any problems with it. I'm dying of lung cancer, which is why I try and apologize up front. But that's why the tissues. I'm not a wanker, but like, man, I'm telling you, if I understood what I was getting myself into. Okay, the mouse, programmable buttons. When it comes to DPI, dots per inch, okay, when I'm base building, I need to drop the DPI on my base sometimes. When I'm trying to get things aligned up to the pixel, I have to disable settings in the game like the motion and the shake camera strength. Pardon me. But if you've got a programmable mouse, or if you don't have a programmable mouse, I want you to pay attention for a second. Windows by default, the old-fashioned Windows control panel, is going to be set in the middle, right, like this, in between the two E's kind of thing. Ish. Okay, now the standard mouse is going to be like 1,000 dots per inch. Most mice you can purchase, just the general $10 mouse, is going to be 1,000 dots per inch. That's been like a standard for like the last 20 years. Such that if you were to drop it one notch, that'd be 800, then 600, 400, and 200. Okay, I see a lot of people, because when I was trying to get a mouse, I was like seeing people just getting lost. The dots per inch, they're equating to the 8K screens and the hertz of the, I mean, there's a lot of conflation that's going on that, like, and the people who are at the top relevance lists, again, don't understand the physics behind it, and the advice they're giving and the reviews, the thumbs up, thumbs down that they're doing from it are just not warranted, okay? It's got someone who doesn't know what they're talking about, and then they're turning other people away from it, and that's why I'm really trying to bring you to this mouse. This is the best device on the market. But these programmable buttons you can set in there. I just have it standard, and then I change the opposites. It's ambidextrous, both sides, left hand and right hand. I take the opposite side and I just make a volume control. I treat it like a regular mouse. Regardless, the DPI buttons on the bottom of it allow you to get more precision. Okay, and so if you don't have a programmable mouse, your workaround is to take the slider, and so we're going to make a shortcut in a little bit later. I'm going to get everything dialed in, but I'm going to explain what and why so you can keep up with what I'm trying to do. This is what I've got. This is how I do it. This is my library and my list. I'm showing you my personal spreadsheet or my personal notebook, okay, that kind of thing. Then next, I'm going to two more things about the mouse. Disable all of these accelerators. Most nerds, most gamers know that already, but normies and youngsters, you never know. Betty Crocker types, housewives, I'm not trying to say anything bad, but may not know this, okay? These are a nightmare when you get into things. Okay, so accelerators, uncheck all of these, always do like an apply, alright? And next to the final is the mouse cursor. Okay, set the mouse cursor, default it's set to 3, set it to 1. We're going to be spending all of our time playing No Man's Sky is going to be spent in a spreadsheet. Okay, and it becomes very cumbersome having to, you won't be able to rely on using your mouse wheel to scroll because it's never going to be aligned to where you want it to be. You're going to end up having to go to the actual arrow keys and click on the arrow keys. If you set it to 1, yeah, it takes 3 times as long, but it's precise. It's precise. Okay, that kind of thing. And if you're using a touchpad, then disable all the tapping. Disable tapping as much as you can. Just use actual buttons. I think I've said about as much as I can about a mouse at this point. Okay, and available in some skins, I guess. I don't know. Alright, so I'm going to move on to the next one. And we're going to finish up here and then get going with the game and the installation. But I'm going to do this all in one tape, one take, so all that information is all together. It may be a long video, but if you can tell, I'm talking as fast as I can, and I'm about to spontaneously combust. My voice is blasted out because I worked on servers. I'm doing everything I can to communicate, but I need a sip of coffee. Hold up. Now, MSI Afterburner. Most people use for overclocking. Hold on. I'm not trying to be gross, dude. That's why I made an earlier video in like 15 minutes. I was like, look, dude, I've been diagnosed with lung cancer. I'm coughing up black tar. I can show you, but that'd be really disgusting. I wouldn't want to see it. I don't want to see it, but I've chosen my path in life. I'm a smoker, and I'm going to end up dying from it. So ride this horse, ride this hog, all the way to the end of the road. I use MSI Afterburner not to overclock my devices, but rather to limit them, the frames per second. Example, in this case I'm recording a video and the software naturally goes to 60 frames per second. Okay, I can make it go to 144 and match the hertz of the screen, but when I do that, it pushes up the CPU performance and it increases the size of the video recording. Neither one I want to accomplish, so that's a no-go. So I want to limit that. 30 frames per is too slow, way too slow. That's like That's twice as fast as what I'm able to achieve playing on my AMD machine. I get 10 to 17 frames per second playing on the AMD machine. It seems to me there's not a lot of AMD machines inside of the No Man Games programming development crew. You know what I mean? Like, there's no testing department there. They're treating they're treating the people that gave them money like testers. If nobody understands what I mean by a grifter, they release a product knowing it doesn't work, expecting to use the feedback of testers, and then they go and bide the time every weekend by giving you weekend missions, getting you to pre-test what they're going to be working on next. I mean, as a guinea pig, that's called guinea pig, and like a lemming, okay, Lemming, a lemming. Everyone just starts running the same direction off a cliff and then swimming out to sea. Dude, not for me. I'm not gonna do it. So MSI Afterburner, okay, MSI Afterburner, okay, nomansky.fandom.com. This is the greatest site, dude. This next one, I usually work offline, okay, in the interwebs. I don't use the interwebs, okay, but like I've recently come back online because of this site. In the game No Man's Sky, it's going to come up where economy. It's going to give you names of the economy types, but it's not going to tell you where they are qualified or how they're qualified. I need to ensure that I have a T3 economy because I need to ensure that if I'm going to develop that star system, that it has all 5 of these elements. Okay, anything less will reduce that. A tier 2 will only give me 4, and a tier 1 will only give me 3, and no guarantee on the combination. Okay, it's just like a thing, dude. And so the only way to ensure that the work I do is not done in vain, I mean, like, I'm not going to, again, this is going to be part of the technique I show you about leveling up before we move up. We're going to be very selective later in choosing or spawning our planet, when we're spawning our planet. We're going to be very selective when spawning our planet later in these videos, okay, which is why I'm trying to give you this data. This spreadsheet, okay, is going to have a lot of copies and a lot of paste. A lot of copies, I'm just going to slap it in, and a lot of paste, okay? And you're going to be filling in a line entry for every star system and every planet, and it's going to populate by the hundreds, and if you're diligent, you'll be able to retrace your steps and find everything you need, okay? And as we get into this game, there's 7 different economy system types, okay? So you're going to have to establish yourself and find a tier 3 economy and a base, and a home base, okay, that you can, like, what we do in this first one, you're going to have to mimic that 6 times over so you can, put everything into place, okay? The spelling coming from this British, you can see it just sends a spell checker. That's another thing, the localization department. I wish they would have had an English, American English, and a Canadian English, dude. There's kids that watch this stuff, and like they're trying to pronounce it, and they're gonna get bad grades, end up working at McDonald's. But anyway, so No Man's Sky. Every time I do a search for No Man's Sky, it brings me up to this site, nomansky.fandom.com. Love them, absolute best. Okay, so next, what are we going to do? We're going to have to do Revo. We're going to install the game, and we're going to remove the game, okay? But to do that, we need to clean it all off, scrub out the registry, uninstall it properly. This is like going to a farmer's market, okay? This is not from me, and so I can't assure what's what, okay? You're going to have a different operating system. You're going to have different hardware. You're going to have to find out what works for you, or just not do it at all. Like, I'm a Jolly Roger, so I mean, like, when I give you something, I'm giving you something, is what I do. Okay, but this is actually a game that I'm playing. For me, it's just, break it, patch it, crack it, or break it, crack it, patch it, break it, crack it, patch it, break it, crack it, patch it. It's just, I call it compiling kernels, and then I go out and I feed the fish type of thing. But like when this game I'm actually playing, all right, so when I give you something, I'm giving you something. But here, you're going to have to shop for yourself. Okay, kind of like being a kid and you're going back to school and you get new clothes and new supplies and backpacks and all that stuff. You get new shoes. All right, I can't be like your mommy and buy your shoes for you, but I can be like your dad and say, here's where the shoes are. You're going to have to you're going to have to try them on yourself type of thing. Anyway, sorry about that. So Revo uninstaller is what we're going to use to remove. Once we install No Man's Sky version 3.82, we're going to remove that version after I give you a brief demo, fly you through and point out why I don't want to use it, and then we're going to go and install version 3.75, which is the final from the predecessor Expeditions, which to me is just so much more tranquil. I have no interest in the Sentinels update at all whatsoever. What's next? CCleaner. CCleaner. Okay, so once we uninstall the version of No Man's Sky, then we're gonna go. Either I got a hair going down my shirt or a spider's going down my shirt. Sorry about that. Anyway, so after we finish uninstalling it, it will do a clean sweep of the registry, and then we'll use Nether tool and scrub the registry even further. Okay, this one right here will be more like your daily driver, boots on start type of thing. The little C you see down here in the sys tray, okay, the TSR is a CCleaner. Again, if they got a Jolly Roger, they're pretty much vested. What you've seen is what it says is what you're getting. There's not going to be any sort of shenanigans. Look, I'm not trying to get you caught up, but if you want to keep along with me, this is my list. I'm not trying to tell you what to do or to give you something that you don't want, okay? But this is what I use, and this is how I do it. Now, I can't give you the version number because you could have a different computer, okay? That's what I'm saying. You're going to have to find this stuff on your own. You want to go in and you want to do digits, then go do digits, okay? I don't do digits. I got forced into this world when, like, once the interweb caught hold and they wanted me to go online to purchase my software, they want me to go online to download my software. When they stopped giving me an offline copy, I stopped using it. I need an offline copy. I work on Y2K38. I cannot use the internet on these machines. Okay? Does that mean I have to get left out of everywhere? I have to, in order to use my computer, I need to use the internet? No. All that's for is because they want to take control over it. I'm not, that's called pushing and shoving or tug of war, dude. Like, I don't play that game. Then if you want to see who's better, then we'll see who's better. You know what I mean? Okay, so anyway. When it comes to No Man's Sky, if you're going to be shopping for No Man's Sky, look, you got your license, you got your thing, handle your business, do it your own way. Okay, but this is what I do. Okay, but if you look down the road, all you're going to see is me for miles and miles and miles and miles and miles. So when I give you something, I'm giving you something, okay? I got friends in all kinds of places. I do all kinds of things that I'm not going to get into, okay? But I'm not here for ad revenue. That's an absolute. I've got my farm set. Okay, I got my harvest and my cycle. But in this case, PC-G4M3R. Okay, it sounds like they're trying to put PC gamer and try and sound elite. Okay, and look, Nas team. Okay, well, what does that mean to me? I don't know that. I don't know you. Okay, yes, that says you. Okay, DLOKK. I don't know. Okay, all I know is when I give you something, I'm giving you something. And this is what I do. Okay, like, again, I'm trying to give you a link. I call it feeding the fish. You know, every morning I go out and I pull the barrel off, and I pull in the net, and I throw everything out, and I clean everything up, and I, get ready and put it back out, and I feed the fish. So I call feeding the fish. Okay, but this is what I do. The other day I came across, like the other video I put out there. Okay, like I got no interest in any of this stuff, dude. Okay, I just break it, crack it, patch it, break it, crack it, patch it. Just compiling kernels, blah 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 blah. But then I take a break and I go play. Once I get everything done, I gonna feed the fish. In this case, I went out. This is the version we're going to be using, just because this is my version. Okay, I know it's clean. It's my version. Okay, so this is, again, now I put it out there. When I got up today, I went and cleared the board on it. But like when you start seeing, like, I'll come out in the morning, and like today, this was saying 17 cedars and 10 leechers. Well, that's not true, because if this thing is being seeded, they'll be done quick. They'll be done quick. What that means is these people who are still cached into the website are saying that it's registered that they just got the copy. There was 17 people that had the copy. Okay, but since there was 10 leechers still sitting out there, that means those 17 people just grabbed and went. I call it a feeding frenzy. They come in, you start, you start putting something out there, some chum out in the water, and next thing you know, here come all the sharks off coast. Everyone takes a bite and they get their fill, and then they take off, and then everyone else is like sitting there nibbling on the scraps. You know what I mean? Nibbling on a carcass. And so, like, with this game, I love this game. There's not a lot of options for me. I mean, I got a million options. I got millions of options, okay, but I have no interest in any of them. These are all what they call the first-person shooter type of games. You know what I mean? Or, who is the zombie? Death and Evil. Here's Hell Rising. Oh, Blood Camp. Look, dude, I'm a devout Christian, dude. I can't play that stuff, not because you're not allowed to. It's because I look at it and say, that's evil, dude. I can't be a part of that. I mean, look, teach his own. I'm trying to stay busy, okay? But, this is just what I do. It's like, if you're not going to let me get on YouTube and spend my time on there, well, I'm not going to just sit here staring at the walls all day. All right, well then, I'm a white hat, I'm a black hat, I wear all kinds of garments. But when I'm giving you something, I'm giving you something. This is the version we're going to be using once we do for the rest of the tutorial, for the rest of the video series of No Man's Sky, okay? But for the sake of it, right now, I want to make sure that you've got the same copy. This is an offline copy. I have to do this. In order for me to use any software, I have to go out and make it available offline. Okay, well, if I got to go through all that work, might as well just do it. I'm not trying to say, fight the power. I don't do all the cliche type of stuff, but this is my civil protest, my civil disobedience, my peaceful protest, okay, how I feel about mandatory online software. Online, you got to log on to download, log on to play, log on to account, log on to this, log on to, no, give me a box with a disc in it. Give me a physical box at a store that I can go to a shelf and pick up a box that's got plastic on it, and I can put it on the shelf, and boom, it's done. Why? Because it forces the software developer into an obligatory completion, okay? If they have to take the device or the product, put it in a box and sell it, it needs to be 100% functional. None of this updates, everyday updates, all kinds of updates. Dude, I'm telling you, updates, bro. Like, 3.70, I started the video series. 3.71, I started the video series. 3.73, I started the video series. 3.72 apparently couldn't make the cut. And this is when that nag cannot load DLSS because of outdated driver. That started showing up here. Okay, and I started the video series, and I restarted the video series, and I restarted the video series, and I'm restarting it again. I'm not going to keep doing this all the time. I'm not going to keep doing this. So right now we're going to install 3.82, and then we're going to scrub it off. I'm going to show you how to do it. That's why we're downloading software right now. And then we're going to install 3.75. This is the final for this version. It works. It may still have what you call bugs or glitches or whatever, but it's the final. It's solid, and they're not going to fix anything else. This is just a guinea pig experiment. This has all been a guinea pig experiment. And so I'm not going to use any version until it's at its final state. So Sentinel, if I feel like using it someday, I'll do it once it's final and they've moved on to the next product. I'm not going to be a test rabbit. I'm not going to be a guinea pig. I'm not going to be a lemming. And I'm not going to give this guy any more money, dude. I'm not going to be forced to go online to use my software. I don't use the internet. If I have to, I do. But when I do it, I use it for a purpose, dude. These machines that you see on my desk are offline because my projects are built around Y2K38, which absolutely, with zero exception, is mandatory. They cannot go online because that's what Y2K38 is all about. If it's online, even connected to the interwebs, then it's instantaneously going to start, because of the Microsoft VPN, okay, KB5009543, instantaneously going to go online. This is a huge tug of war, and since nobody else realizes why it's important, I got to do all the fighting here. Someday you will understand why you want a company that gives you reliable software, a company that gives you a final product. Okay, a company doesn't intrude on you. It doesn't matter how pretty it is, it's how well it functions. It doesn't matter how fast it is, it's how solidly it performs. Okay? If it's going to crash every 5 seconds, or if the data is moving so fast that the data is corrupted and every time you're trying to do something you're getting bad blocks, then that data is too fast. Where is it reliable? I mean, like, think of that movie Jurassic Park. You youngsters got a bunch of technology that you didn't develop, you didn't own into, and then you make fun of boomers, boomer this, boomer that. Well, I'm Generation X, dude. And when I was working on Y2K, I was the youngest on any team, and I was at the highest point you can get on a ladder. Okay, I was working with Treat, Treat, Treat. Okay, when I said something, it manifested in the real world, and now I got a motorcycle wreck. I stepped down and retired because I'm not going to be responsible for some sort of, catastrophic failure. As a grown man, I stepped down when I realized I wasn't fit for the wear. Okay, and now I'm sitting here dealing with you guys, and you let everybody get away with updates, updates, updates. Digital license, DRM, dude, updates. You guys allow them, you keep playing along with it. Every time you play along with it, you just create the standard. Someday soon, January 19th, the year 2038, at 3 hours, 14 minutes, and 7 seconds in the morning, Universal Time, UTC, every computer on this planet, minus maybe a few, is either going to, a few will probably detonate, but anyway, like, the clocks are going to go back to December 13th, 1901, 8 o'clock at night, pretty much ish. Okay, the clocks are going to go back whether you like it or not, if they're not a blinking cursor on the screen. If you're not fit for the wear, and if you don't got an offline library, and if you already haven't set those machines back, and you don't know how to activate whatever software that you got, even if you think you're going to be able to set it back, you're going to set the clock back on your computer if it sets back, if you set it back beforehand, okay, and then you can install your software. Oops, you can't activate Windows. Uh-oh, you don't have access to this functionality. What are you going to do? The world comes to a screeching halt. That's Y2K38, and as it stands right now, I'm the only one who's got a workaround for it. There is no solution. It defies the laws of Newtonian physics. Okay, if they can pull that off, well, God bless them. All right, but until then, I'm the only one who's only got a workaround for it. And I'm taking a break from all that to play a video game. And every time I try and post a video of what I found on this game, I get censored and I get memory hold. And the people that went and downvoted me are the ones that are going and taking all the clicks. I don't care about your money. I'm not here to make money. You're never going to see an advertisement. I refuse to. Okay, but like, I'm not photogenic, dude. I was born this ugly. There's nothing I can do about it. It's called an immutable quality, an immutable trait. If I were to make fun of somebody because of their immutable traits, I'd be arrested. You know what I mean? If I made fun of someone's where they're from or what they look like, ooh. But for some reason, people can do it to me because of the trolls and the sound of my voice. Well, the sound of my voice is blown out because I had a real career. I built the servers that's why I don't use email, man. I know too much about it. So I don't use the internet, so I know too much about it. What I do is this. This is my side thing. This is just a thing I do. It's just something to keep busy, man. I'm not going to spend my time worrying about a female. Oh, they're going to want all my time. If I'm spending my time on the computer, I'm married to my network. So I'm not going to worry about a wife and all that stuff. You know what I mean? So this is what we're going to be installing, and this is what we're going to be building off of. Now, if that's done, I think we reached the end of this list. Did we reach the end of this list? Yes, we did. All right, so that be the case, take your final screenshot, and we're going to hit the road, Jack. And I'm going to close this so we can use it on another machine. Save it? No, thank you. All right, so that's done. It's going to wake up the drive to close it. All right. Now we're going to go to the other machine. Pardon me. Alright, close this out. I'm just going to leave this stuff up for a minute. Okay, again, we're going to install 3.82. I'm going to show you why I don't want to use it. And then we're going to uninstall it. Okay, and then after we uninstall it, we're going to scrub it. Do you understand what's happening here? And then we're going to reinstall or clean install 3.75, which is, in this case, the most solid build and the most tranquil. It's the most enjoyable, and that's why we're going to use it. Alright, so with that, I'm going to minimize, actually, let me just minimize the screen. And I don't think we need that open anymore. And I'll leave that up there in case I come back to it. Alright, let's bounce out of here, pin it back. Alright. Now, how long is this recording? Hour and a half. That's pretty good. I know it seems like a lot, but that's really good. Alright, now, where are we at here? Let's get the installation started, and I gotta pack a bowl. I need to have a smoke. And so we're an hour and a half into it. I've tried to get everything kind of dialed in here. Here's that, now we were on the left-hand machine, now we're in the center machine. So here's that same shopping list at 100%. Okay, and then later we're gonna be filling in this data, the planet data. Let me zoom out a little bit. Okay, all of this stuff on this screen is what you're going to see when you spawn a new planet. Every time you go to a new star system, you can have a system name and then a planet, and it's going to have moons or whatever, and each planet's going to have an environment, decaying, nuclear, volcanic, whatever, okay, and then it's going to have a weather, and then it's going to have a sentinel status, and the flora abundant or none, and then gamma roots or frost crystals, and ancient bones, and all this stuff, and then the elements, okay, and the copper, and the economies, and the advanced T3s, and the conflicts, and the Viking, and all the stuff. Every system you go to, first off, we're going to have a starting system, so we're going to end up with like this type of data, and then we're going to know this one, but we're going to unknown that one, and then I think there might be a couple moons, okay, and then we're going to fill in the data for the one that we spawn on. Catch my drift here? And then there's some things like the stellar element, that's going to be copper. These are going to be, oops, not that, but these are all going to be the same. We're going to fill out this data, and then from there we're going to take the system in the moon, and we're going to copy that, and we're going to copy it over here to our coordinate tab, and our coordinate tab is going to have a paste, okay, and then it's going to be the location, the coordinates, the latitude and longitude, okay, and then you're going to have what's going on, what's affecting, and what you want to do with it. And this data right here is going to be what is eventually going to be your game save data, okay. It's going to be in a root folder. It's going to look like this, all right. And then we're going to say, like, you're going to have all different kinds of saves. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna keep redoing this for each build. I'm gonna come back and we're gonna do this for one build, and that's gonna be my master. Because any work I do in Sentinel, it's gonna be contaminated with a bunch of junk. It's broken. It's broken, and I'm not going to deal with that anymore. I just dealt with it with this last version. It was broken when they gave it to us, and then it was like, 6 months or 4 months of updates, update, and having to restart. Dude, I'm over it. Eventually, look, dude, okay, and what I call the vault. Each of these names is a star system and a planet, and each of these star systems and planets all have salt and uranium. They're all Viking, and they're all tier 3 economy, okay, and that's just a list, and that's just this version, okay, and then from them, once you get that established, you're going to go through, find out, does it have a vehicle that you want, does it have a starship, okay, so this is my starship. I've been through this process already. Alright, I don't want to go through it anymore. And so this is my planet. It has the elements that I want. It's really pretty. I've been through the selection process. I tried recording it for the sake of the trolls. Oh, prove it. I'm not going to, it's the internet. What receipt could I give you? There is no receipt. You can't believe anything you see on the internet anyway, so I'm not going to deal with that anymore. I just think I realized that the trolls are basically they just want to work you up. And so I'm just not even going to read the comments. I'm not even going to read. I'm not going to open the menu bar. But I'm going to show you how to do it and the steps you're going to have to do to spawn the planet. But I'll do it maybe for a couple, in this one for a demonstration of what the steps are. But you're going to have to choose what elements you want. You're going to have to find what vehicle you want. And I'm just not going to go through it. It took me like 2 months to produce this planet with this starship. This is not a mod. This is organic. Okay, and it took 2 months every day from wake to sleep to spawn it. I'm not going to do it again, and the statistical probability of reproducing it is essentially 0. And so that's just not going to happen. When that's done, here, let's do this. This is my base. Okay, this is my base. This is a suit. This is not my suit, my uniform, but like this was just the default one. I was just building a demonstration. Okay, we're gonna go through and reconstruct this base. I'm gonna show you how to make this base, how I do it, and why I do it, and I recommend you do it the same way. Don't try and use, personally, to each his own. You handle your own business. I gotta pack this. I gotta pack a bowl. Do your own thing. Okay, how long is this video? Alright, it's an hour and 40 minutes ish. I'm not gonna try and rush. I'm trying to be as fast as I can, but I can't speed speak through this entire video thing. I'm trying to be quick about it. I gotta take a break. We're gonna talk. Okay, but I've gotta explain what's going on. I cannot make a 4-minute video or a 3-minute video or like these guys do. Dude, I'm a nerd. I'm not charismatic. Okay, I'm technical. I've got brain damage from a motorcycle wreck. Okay, yeah, fine. I still know what I know, but like at the same point, like my dude, I'm sorry, hold on. My beard is going up my nose. When you're a kid, they talk about a milk mustache. Well, I got a real one. This all came with 14 days. 14 days. They said, you can't come in here for 14 days. I said, well, I'm 2 weeks behind on shaving, dude. And they said, we don't care. I said, look, I'm going to come out. I'm going to have to go to a pet shop to get like, goat shears to get this beard off. And they say, we don't care. I said, that's interesting. And so I went and found out about 14 days, and that's why there's a chip shortage. That's why I've got the machines I want. That's why Fry's is out of business because of 14 days. Remember, like, was today, February 26, 2022? Remember 2 years ago with 14 days? Yeah, I've got long hair now. I've got a long beard now. And so, my voice is blown out because I used to work at NASA, amongst other places. And I used to work around a lot of servers, big tall machines with lots of fans, loud fans, cooling fans. Okay, and it's sitting in that same room. I've lost my hearing, I've lost my voice in a lifetime of smoking, taking lots of breaks to get out of the room and get some air. Okay, like coffee. I'm addicted to coffee. In college, I got hooked on coffee. My food, I don't eat too often. I'm married to my network, and so I eat dinner when I get hungry. There's no one cooking dinner for me. You know what I mean? But like, this is my starship. I'm not willing to give it up. I'm tired of recording these videos over and over again. I've done it so many times. At this point, I don't even know if I've got that one guy, Professor Sinister. You know, most people aren't going to realize or know that he goes around and downvotes people to get them out of the way so they're not visible. They get kind of like taken off the radar, and then he goes and posts. It's like he clears the board and black bags everybody and then posts his own stuff and then has a clean line of sight. It's an interesting tactic. Just understand, Professor Sinister, he's getting paid by teaching you how to cheat. Think what he's doing on YouTube when you can't prove it. Well, I see it because I got little tools that kind of take stuff and I can see how many downvotes you get and how many upvotes you get kind of thing. But like, I'm not going to show you how to do it, not here. I'll show you how to play No Man's Sky, but if I show you how to play No Man's Sky, I'm going to show you my techniques. And my experience with YouTube lately is every time I show you how to do something, then the next thing you know, someone goes and takes it and they claim it for their own. And so if you're going to take my discoveries, well then let me show you how to really do it. That kind of thing. Well, hold on. I mean, there's some masters out there. I'm a nobody, don't get me wrong. But when I know that I put something out there, I get censored or shadow banned or dropped off into the abyss, and then next thing you know, somebody else is coming out with it. Okay. When that happens like 10 times in a row, 10 days in a row, dude, no, I'm done. I'm going to show you how to do this. I'm going to show you a bunch more. But the whole objective here is going to be level up before we move up. Okay? Level up before we move up. Like from where I'm standing right now, I'm safe from everything. I can go and land on another planet, all right, and I can, when animals want to try and come and eat you, like dinosaurs and stuff, they can't get anywhere close to me. They just end up running around in circles around the vehicle, and then you sit with your bolt caster, just, pop, 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 and then that's over. You know what I mean? If I need a clear line of sight, I go and hop on the back of the hatch here, and I can see everything, clear line of sight. If I need a little bit of elevation over an angle, I can take a look over a little something. If I need to drop down and go scan what's in the water, okay, I can go like park the car right over the edge, sit on a diving board, and just scan everything I need to, and then I can save in the car and refresh myself, or just update it while I'm still standing there. It's a complete walking platform. Okay, I had objectives, certain requirements for this vehicle. I was trying to reproduce an F-16, and this was the closest I was able to produce. Whew. Now that was a breath, okay, but I'm not willing to go through that again. I've spent thousands of hours, if not, like spawning and respawning and learning and going, and I'm gonna show you how to do this. Hold on. But I'm giving you an example right now, because once we launch this game, okay, we're going to install it and then we're going to launch it. Okay, but once we do, it's going to be a point where the volume is going to be really loud. And then I'm going to have to raise my voice over that volume. That's why my voice is blasted out today, because I had to work in an environment where I had to speak really, really loud all the time to speak over a very high noise in the background, or background noise. Hold on. When we go through this, we're going to be, I'm going to show you the building I learned how to do this stuff. Okay, I'm going to show you how I learned how to tell you how I did it, and show you how I did it. Okay, so I'm going to give away my secrets here, and you watch. My videos are going to get buried, and my techniques are going to be put up everywhere, and everyone's going to start doing it, and I'm going to be disappeared. I'm used to it, dude. At this point, dude, that seems to be the way YouTube works. It may not be, it's not as nice out here as you think. There's a lot of people like defending their territory like it's money in their pocket. If you need money, man, go mine some coin, build a rig, and then burn that for a year, and then build another rig, because your taste will change. And then by the time you've got a farm, then you collect your harvest and you build a large farm until you're out of homestead, you know. And then you'll have your zeros. Okay, but if you're just on YouTube for that, man, get out, dude. Scat, scat, scat. All right, so I'm gonna close this right now. Is the drive asleep again? Yeah, I guess so. All right, so how long is this video? Let's get going. Hour and 46 minutes. All right, so let's get it installed. All right. So I cannot assume that you've got a toolbar like this, but I highly recommend you build yourself a toolbar. Okay, the reason being is once you launch the game No Man's Sky, it's going to lock you out of the toolbar. You're not going to be able to see your desktop, and you're going to need to launch, okay? There's a spreadsheet for 375. Again, I'm going to start it all over again. Okay, but there's going to be, we're going to start from scratch. Okay, and again, an example. Did I just close it? Okay, we're going to have a spreadsheet, and it's going to populate. Okay, I just reinstalled everything. It's going to look like this, okay? And that's just for the first planet. And then as you go through in your coordinates and everything else is going to be running through. Okay, so there's going to be all kinds of stuff that we're going to do that's going to require that spreadsheet, all right? And you're going to need to have that launched. And if you don't build yourself a toolbar, okay, you're going to have to build yourself a toolbar, spend some time and build a couple toolbars, okay? And then that way when you launch the game and you're in the game, and you can just hit the Windows key on your keyboard, and then it pops up, and then you can just click the link where you got to go. Otherwise, you got to launch it before anything you want to access. You're gonna have to launch it before, and then like alt tab, you know what I mean, that kind of thing. So build yourself a toolbar. All right, and then we're gonna install this right now. So in folder 1 is 3.75, okay, and then in folder 2 is 3.82. we're going to install this one first, and then we're going to go and take you through a walkthrough. I'm going to show you the spawning process for a second, and then we're going to load a test build. Okay, and I want to see if there's a bug in there, if I can reproduce it. And if we can reproduce it, which I have been able to, but I want to demonstrate to you. Okay, here, let's just do this real quick. Alright, so we're going to do a clean installation right now. And when we do that, we're going to launch it once, okay? Because there's going to be some XML files. When you're playing No Man's Sky, there's going to be a field of view when you're on foot and a field of view when you're in cabin, or in flight, it says. Sorry, man, I smoke cannabis and tobacco, so it is what it is. But, like, when you're in game and in the cabin at 75%, you cannot see your coordinate data. All the settings in there are defaulted for a virtual reality helmet. Okay, and so we're going to point some of that stuff out as we go, but just give you a demonstration as we get through it. And once I'm done kind of, going on a ranty about it, then we're going to exit out of there and we're going to uninstall it, scrub it off, and then install 3.75, and then we're going to start from scratch at the 0 point. So we're going to go through on we're going to go through in 3.82. We're going to get up to the save point. So when we spawn a planet, we're going to just run out to the starship. We're going to locate the starship, go through that intro process where it gets us to our first ability to save the game, and then we're going to exit and save the game. And I'm going to talk about whatever maybe, and then we're going to exit at that point. Then we're going to exit from the game, just show you the process of getting up through there. Like I said before, I'm going to kind of explain the things I do and I don't kind of like about it. We're going to take you to the save point, okay? Because once I load my test demo in there, it's going to have all the saved catalog elements from that were in there at the time when I made that save. And so while the game is still clean on this install, we're going to go through, we're going to install really quickly. I'm going to have to change the volume, or I'm probably going to leave the volume where it is so you can get the idea of what I'm talking about, why my voice sounds like it have to do with trolls. Having to talk over loud volumes. Okay, we're just going to point out default settings, and then once we get to a save point, we're going to exit. I'm going to load a test demo and see if I can reproduce a bug. Okay, falling through the floor. Okay, falling through floor tiles. That's the issue. So hold on. And then from that build, the test build and the planet of the starship that I just showed you, we're going to go on that same planet, but I still have all of my master saves. And so we're going to start that game over from my planet, but at the beginning, because I'm just not going to go through the searching process again. I found the perfect planet. I found my perfect vehicle, and that's what I'm going to use until the day I die. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to fly another different fighter. I've got mine. You know what I mean? Maybe I might find something, but I was trying to produce an F-16, and that's about as best as I can do. It had to have Ypsilon wings. It had to have that flat back engine with no dorsal, okay? And then it had to be of a certain squared hatch, which gave me two options: the Viper or that more kind of the white. I used to call it a crocodile. Okay, I used to call it a crocodile, and it's a little bit longer, a little bit wider, but it's got the rectangular hatch. I think you guys are calling it a snow speeder or something. I don't know. I don't remember. Alright, so we're going to exit out of here. Okay, I'm going to go real quick and make sure that, let me make sure that this is cleared out. Okay, let's delete that so we have a clean installation. Alright, see this folder right here? I'm going to need to make sure that you can gain access to this folder. But for the sake of it, over this video game, it's a clean installation, which means there's not going to be, there's a couple files that are missing that we're going to have to modify. That's why I'm going to launch it first. I tried to do the folders and get you set up first, but that's a no-go. Let's do this. Open file location. In this settings folder, there's going to be two other folders. TK graphics settings.mxml. That doesn't exist yet until we launch the game one time, and then it will generate. So we're going to launch it the first time, just so it creates that file, and then we'll go and reconstruct your toolbars or your shortcuts. You catching my drift here? And so let's do that. Let's say No Man's Sky. Let's launch it. It's going to get real loud real quick, okay? And my voice is going to have to bark over it. Again, this nag started showing up with version 3.73, okay? My machine is never going to have this on there. And if there is a direct driver, then put a link in here because I've scoured the internet trying to find a driver for it. I cannot find it for my gaming laptop. And this warning says NVIDIA DLSS version 3.73 is when this thing started appearing. And with version 3.73, it was appearing on my AMD machine, which is why I'm using the NVIDIA machine now, because I'm old and blind, dude. I'm a geezer and a relic. My eyes are burnt out from staring at a screen for, almost 50 years. All right, but like, when I started getting an NVIDIA tag or nag on my AMD machine, I had to stop what I was doing and saying, what is going on here? And then eventually I even had to load the game on the NVIDIA machine. It's a smaller screen with lesser stats, and so why would I use it? But find out that it's optimized for it. Anyway, so at this point, this is the first build, and I want to point out things that I've been talking about and never happens. So we're going to click OK. Plug your ears. Okay, so on here, on this main screen, already I'm having to lift my voice over it. There needs to be a button, or you just imagine that there's a general button right centered in the middle that says Advanced ADVANCED, Advanced Options. Advanced Options right in the middle. And it would be kind of like grayed out or when you clicked on it, it would light up, say, because these guys like doing lights, okay? And so it would light up when you enabled it. Okay, it says Advanced Options. To note over here, this screen, there's a lot of real estate that's not being used, okay? And here's part of the ranty. This is why I'm going through this process. I'm going to explain what I don't like first, and then that way we're going to go back to something that is just, we're going to work with what we got. Okay, we're gonna level up before we move up. Well, I'm gonna level up my choice here. I don't want to play this version. We're going to go to 3.75, but while we're here on this version, I've been talking about for years to get this thing done, and every time I post a video over the last 5-6 years, it keeps popping up on a thing. It's like, look, dude, I take a break, I play the game, I make some videos, I show what I've learned, I get buried, and the next thing you know, I see my stuff everywhere. I'm like, look, I'm done, dude. Okay? Here's what I would like to see happen with No Man's Sky, and I'm not going to play it another version or another planet or another star system until it does, because I'm not going to go through this process, and I'll explain as we go. A button that says Advanced Options, and then see how this is grayed out at the bottom 7th of the screen? Okay, once that's checked and selected or enabled, then all of a sudden when they highlight this normal, survival, perma, creative, community, okay, then the whole screen is grayed out with a list of every element that's going to be available on the planet spawn. What's the dominant life form? What's the planet type? What are these element types? What's the economy type? What's the conflict level type? What's the flora? What's the sentinels? Okay, such that there's enough lines, they can have a line, dominant life form, and then next to it there's a pull down list with like a little arrow on the right hand side, and when you pull down that arrow, again, that pull down list has a radio button, like the cursor is a circle and a checkbox is a square. A radio button only allows you to select one of the available options. Okay, so that radio button is going to be selected by default, is going to be random, RANDOM, and that random setting, once you pull the pull down list, is going to say Gek, Korvax, or Vy'keen. Okay, and then they pull it up and it says Vy'keen. Okay, and the next one says planet type. It says random. Okay, with the radio button it says random. And the pull down list with the triangle says hot, cold, radiation, toxic. Okay, and I say radiation. Okay, and it says elements. Okay, and it says it gives me the elements of other, of local and other. Okay, and then it's when I pull the pull down list, it's a radio button that says random. I pull the pull down list, and then based on the selection above of planet type of hot, cold, radiation, or toxic, it's going to show me a list of available elements that I can choose. And again, a radio button, I can only select one, but that's of that element type for that planet type in the local elements category. Okay, and the next one says other element. Okay, and again, based on radiation planet. I has a pull down list. The button says default, radio button says random, and there's a pull down list, and then it gives me a list of available quote other elements. The stellar element will always be copper on the starting planet, so that's moot. Okay, and then the next one says what's the economy type, and it says pull down list. It says radio button. It says default. It says random, and you pull down the list, and it says tier 1 weak, tier 2 strong, tier 3 advanced, or whatever. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 economy. And then it says Sentinel types. It says Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Or combat, Tier 1, Tier 2, or conflict, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. And then flora, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. And fauna, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. And weather, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. I mean, all of it. Every element that's going to be on the planet spawn page needs to be on this individual tab first. Now, again, on a bit of a ranty because I'm having to raise my voice over the sound, and this is the Tranquil music. In the first release of this game, 3.80, it was putting this pump beat kind of demo track music digital audio workstation thing, gave me a heart attack. This music is Tranquil, but this game, it changes that. And then it's all of a sudden like have a heart attack. I'm not going to a rave, bro. I'm trying to take a break. Now let's talk about the different modes, okay? That's just what I want to see. I'm not going to play a different planet ever again. I'm not going to go through that selection process ever again. I'm not going to do it ever again. Until they change that, I'm going to stay at 375. But for the sake of the demonstration here, we're going to do it a couple times just so you see the process. Multiply it by 10,000, 20,000, 100,000. Okay, it's a spawn, just hitting E, waiting a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and restarting it to this mode again, and then launching it, and then hitting E, and then waiting and reloading it. I'm telling you. Now, the different modes, okay, I talk about a grifter. The creative mode, I can understand that. That's cool. The community mode, that's awesome. Permadeath mode, I want people to think real quick. Okay, everybody was upset because the game is boring, it's boring, it's boring. What did they actually give you here? Nothing. They didn't give you anything new. They just changed the stats, like what's called a composite function, if you understand, if you know your calculus, okay? G of F, F of G. They're integrating a differential equation. The stack size in normal mode, was called 10,000, but I think it was an early hard coding of the application that started it at 0. Okay, if you were trying to refine runaway mold into nanites, it would leave you at a stack of 9999. It would leave you at a stack with a remainder of 4. That's shortchanging you. And if you were to go 8 bits per byte, okay, break a stack into 8 pieces, and then to bring that back up to a base 10, okay, logarithm base 10, you're going to have to multiply. It's going to give you 25. You'd have to make it out of 100, okay, but for 100, you're only going to be able to get through because of a different setting that isn't going to allow you to open the portable refiner. You're only going to be able to open 25 refiners and initiate that process instead of 100, and so you're going to be shortchanged 128. The maximum that you would be shortchanged that the human body could go and start and do. You're going to basically, you could do 100 and be shortchanged 512, okay, but since there's the enable the hold to confirm option, okay, which we can't set those options right now. I can't change the volume. I've got to launch a game first, so I got to shout over it. Okay, but again, while we're here, this is why my voice is blown out, because I've had to spend my entire career talking over loud volumes. Wait till we get to a space station. That's what it's like working. Get to a space station and stand next to your engine. That's what it's like working on Pleiades. Like the Kraken, okay, the Cray CX-5, Pleiades is like standing. That's why we're going to go through this. All right. But we're going to spawn through this the first time. I want you to understand, when we're going to go and talk about leveling up a planet, there's only going to be a couple things. Every step along the way, we're going to think, what do I need? What do I have? What can I do? When we first spawn this game, we can't do anything for like the first minute during the initialization sequence. Then we have options and our menu options. Okay, so from those menu options, we're going to change the setting of the camera photo mode. We're going to give it an assignment of keystroke, a key map. We're going to say control 9, and we're going to take our photo mode and we're going to map it to key number 9. And then we're going to scroll down on that list to the utilities gear cog, and we're going to sit there and we're going to click up and go up one notch, and we're going to say the camera view, the third person, first person camera view, and we're going to do control 0, and we're going to assign that to the 0 key. Okay, and then when we come out of there, as soon as we exit out of that screen, and then there's going to be another window on the side, collect the sodium or whatever, or scanner. Okay, we're going to hit the 9 key. It's going to put us in a photo mode. Okay, that's what we need. What do we need? What do we have? What can we do? Well, that's what we can do. Okay, so we're going to do that. After that, we're going to look at our options, because now we've kind of paused the game for a second. The next thing we're going to have control over is our options, and then whether or not we accept that planet or respawn that planet. And so we're going to level up our options. Okay, you understand what I'm saying? We're going to level up before we move up. So the first thing we're going to do once we get inside the game is we're going to level up our camera view modes. Okay, that's the first priority, because that gives us the ability to essentially pause the game if we go into camera mode, right? And then once we do that, the next thing, what do we need? Well, okay, what can we do? We say, okay, we can configure our options. Okay, well, what do we need? What do we have? What can we do? Okay, we're going to configure our options. Okay, once we get that dialed in, okay, well, what do we need? What do we have? What can we do? Okay, well, the next thing we do is we're going to have to select a planet. Okay, well, on that planet spawning, what are the elements that change? What's the difference between them? There's going to be the other element. Okay, there's going to be the local element. There's going to be the dominant life form, and then there's going to be the economy strength. Okay, there's going to be the conflict strength. There's going to be the sentinel strength. These are the things we're going to be looking at. Kind of like if you went to a casino and a slot machine, you pull the bar and the dials spin, lemon, 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 777. On 777, the coins come out, the jackpot, all the lights, and everyone's happy, right? That kind of thing. Here, I'm going to turn off the interwebs. There we go. And so that's the combination. And then once you get a planet that you want, that has the elements that you want. For me, I want salt, I want uranium, I want a Viking planet, and I want a tier 3 economy. Those are essential. I'm not gonna accept another planet. The first things I'm gonna need once I start a planet, I'm gonna need cash, I'm gonna need gas, and I'm gonna need the nanites. Okay, the credit cards or whatever. We'll call it cash and credit. Okay, you're gonna need cash, gas, or whatever, that kind of thing. And so if that be the case, those are the elements that I want on my planet. The only other difference between the normal mode, survival mode, and permadeath mode is going to be the amount of navigation data. I've played these different modes. The only difference that happens is that reduce the stack size, again, say from 10,000, 9999, let's call it 10,000, gets reduced from 10,000 in normal mode to 250 in perma mode. I mean, just quick arithmetic off the top of my head, that's a 4,000% reduction of stack size. Well, that makes it more difficult to build stuff, okay? And then the elements are reduced in their availability. You're not going to find them laying on the ground as easy, that kind of thing. And then that's another composite function, G of F, F of G. And then they're going to go, and then when you go to buy something, the costs are going to be increased. That's another F, G of F, F of G. That's a calculus I don't even want to try and calculate. That's not enjoyable to me. That's only if you're like a philanthropist, like a lover of trophies. Okay, a philanthropist. Okay, well, if you really want that trophy, well, then go do that mission. All right? For me, I played SimCity for like 25 years. I call my starship a car. I call my base a house. I call my planet a city, and I call my star system a region. That's because I played that for like 25 years. Okay, but when I played SimCity, I would unlock it in the earlier times of it. Once I found out how to get unlimited cash and all that stuff, I was like, well, that's cool. And then it was just building cities. Okay, that would be kind of like creative mode. Okay, well, I've been through that before, and all that ends up happening is I don't know what to do first or what needs to be done. And so maybe for a later date, this is really cool for like base building if you just want to build stuff and you don't want to go through the steps of it, okay? But the permadeath mode and the survival mode, this is what I call a 3-card Monty. okay, or dangling keys. If you were trying to do photos, baby photos, professional photographer type of number, you go down and they do the camera lenses and all that stuff, okay? If the baby's sitting there with all these lights, they tend not to be happy about it, and they start to cry a little bit, and so they try and make the baby happy, and they take the dolls, or they dangle their keys, jingle, 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 when everybody was saying, oh, the game sucks, the game sucks, oh, the game sucks. Well, then they said, okay, survival mode. They changed the stats a little bit. And then perma mode. Well, in my methodology, the way that I play this game is very much a NASA approach. This is what I call it. I have game saves and an archive and a vault of them. I've got backups of backups of backups, dude. Like, I'm not worried about the perma word you can't see on YouTube mode, okay? Let's call it perma mode, perma, okay? But perma word you can't see on YouTube mode, okay? I'm not worried about the word you can't see on YouTube mode because I've got backups and saves. If something does happen, okay, well then boom. It's nice to be able to go through it, but like, I'm not really, I don't use the jetpack too often, so I'm not worried about falling. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. But if something did happen, okay, fine. Survival is the same. Okay, so I include survival when I say perma. Okay, either one of them, all right? It's just a reduction and a composite function, integrating a differential equation, okay, that kind of thing. And so my only concern between any of these modes is how much navigation data is going to be on the space station. Laying on the tables, laying on the counters, that kind of thing, laying in the back. There's like usually about either 5, I think. By the time I get up there, there's like 5, maybe 4 different navigation data type of things that are up there. Okay, well there's no reduction of that navigation data in any of these modes. Well then, dude, there's no point of playing it. That's the only difference that I would care about. I've played them. If you want to be frustrated, play in perma mode. More power to you. Teach his own. Teach his own. But it's just basically a frustration. You follow my mode, dude. You're gonna own the universe. You'll own it. You'll own this game. Okay. Community Expedition. Okay. Talking about modes. Well, I work offline, so this is just never going to exist. It's just I'm never gonna be able to play it. So things like portal addresses, like I love the coordinate exchange type of thing, and the Nexus. Oh, dude, that's just like. That's why I don't mod my game. I don't mod my game. I've modded games before, and I had fun doing it, but it instantly destroys the experience. There's no going back. Okay? And one thing, it's like walk through, I'll be like, oh, I'm okay. Oh, I see. Oh, that's cool. Oh, no, I'm fine. There's no way for me to go through that candy shop and not go Willy Wonka. Okay? And so, if you understand what I mean, like, there's no mods in my game. I got my car organically. So if I've set my piece on this one about an advanced options button and the menu list and the difference between these menus, okay, I think I'm safe to say that we can move on here. This normal mode, the volume is going to pick up. In this normal mode was the first time I ever played the game, right? The first time I played the game, I played it for like a month and a half, and then until a different build came out, it was like that broke it. I'm talking in recent memory. I'm not talking about like proto builds and like trying to figure out how to move the character, what does the buttons do, that kind. Aside from that, I just was like, that first sequence, the starting sequence for me was just like, I installed it, couldn't figure it out, and I said, I'm out, dude, I'm done. But this was the first thing I saw. The point I'm trying to express in this mention is that, like, right here it says begin initialization E, and when I say level up your planet, this is what I'm talking about. Selecting the elements you want. For me, it's salt and uranium. It's got to be a Viking planet, and it must be a tier 3 economy. Those are the 4 absolute mandatories. The other ones are more increases in statistical probability modifiers. The higher the conflict, the higher chance of a heavy fighter type of thing. But when I first played this game, the first time I launched into it, this opening sequence was really cool. It engaged me into it, but I had no knowledge with a fresh pair of eyes that there was a different life form. It spawned me with a Viking planet. I had no understanding that there was a different planet. I was on a radiation planet. It spawned me with assault and uranium. I'm used to assault and uranium. Okay, and so like I've played the Gek. Okay, well I have a hauler. When I gotta deal with pirates or sentinels, dude, that does me zero good. I can't use it, so I'm not gonna invest any more time into it. And when I play the Korvax systems, there's, I got columns in my spreadsheet talking about the different elements, different flora, different fauna. Scan this, scan that. Go to the highest, go to the lowest. Find the water. I'm cool, dude. You can miss me with that. Okay. I just want to get this first off, like SimCity. That's kind of the approach. I want to get the star system that I'm in right now established. I want to get my planet established. I want to get my base established. I got to level up my suit. I got to level up first I got to level up my inventory. Then I got to level up I got to get a place to put the stuff down. I need to build a base. Okay, then I got to level up my after I level up my base, I got to go and or build my base. I got to level up my exosuit. And then I finish with the exosuit. I gotta go level up a starship. I gotta get a starship. I gotta level up a starship. I mean, there's a lot of level up even just before, by the time you leave the planet. And when I see people run these weekend missions, they're just like, I did it in an hour. Well, you're playing a different game then, dude. When I played SimCity, and why I don't mod my games and why I don't give unlimited cash, I'm not gonna do this the hard way anymore. I've made discoveries and I'll point them out as we go. But like I'm not gonna stand out in the middle of an open field for 12 hours at a time, or in some cave trying to clear crop everything in the cave. I'm not gonna do that anymore. When I see people talking about crashing economies, don't listen to another thing they say. They don't know how to play this game. There's zero reason to ever crash an economy unless you're just being foolish. Okay, but this process of spawning and respawning was only useful for me for the nostalgic sense of like being immersed in the environment one time. Hello Games, allow, place an escape key. Put in advanced options at the base so I can select the type of planet that I want. Then if there's a random generation, I gotta restart it. Well, then it's because I want it the way I want it to look. You know what I mean? Like, some level of control in this thing. This unique experience is only useful the first time. You know what I mean? Honestly. So, but this process, just be aware when I talk about leveling up your planet, choosing a planet, I highly recommend salt, uranium, Vy'keen, and a tier 3 economy. That's what we're going to be playing with. Anything else you're going to be defeated. That's the best combination. Okay, there's your cash, there's your gas, you've got your credit with the nanites, with the runaway mold, you've got a Vy'keen so you can get a heavy fighter right off the bat, and when you've got backup, you've got the Vy'keen coming with you. When you're a Templar, come at me, bro. I got 45,000 damage potential on my vehicle, matched with my fleet. Bring it, dude. Bring it. That kind of thing. And so, if you follow my lead, you'll be invincible. Now, I'm not talking about doing like the cheat modes when I can't do anything online when you guys go to the anomaly. Oh, everybody, go to the anomaly. Run out fast, everybody. Go up. Oh, dude, this guy is a grifter. It's a grifter. But anyway, this process, if they don't give you options on your menu, you're not going to have the ability. See how the volume by default is super loud and I got to raise my voice to speak over it? The guys don't know how to level their meters. This game is either default set for a virtual reality headset that's based on some proprietary device that they've already got access to. Automatically, I can tell, see, I can't hit escape and escape. And I want to mention first, don't move your mouse at this point, because once it finally does stop moving and giving you control of your mouse, it's going to be lined up directly with your starship. Okay? Again, I mentioned that right now because let's see a lot of people spinning around right off the bat. It's going to pause out of here, okay? But this is the process. I'm going to need a radiation planet. I know I don't need this planet. As again, on this screen, these holds tab to skip screens altogether, all of them, need to be eliminated from the game. It breaks gameplay. I'm in the middle of a combat, and then I got to deal with some nonsense. Now that that's gone, I can hit escape. Okay, but again, these default settings are so loud. First thing I do when I come into a game is I came and take a look at the elements. This has cobalt and it has dioxide. Automatically it's out of the equation. It's a Corvax, it's gone. And the economy is a tier 2 economy. I'm not going to spend any time here. So what I'd end up doing is we come in here and we say mode select. I'm just going to demonstrate this right now because again, this is why we need an advanced options here. I'm going to keep spawning this right now until we can get to a radiation planet. A radiation planet, okay? It has to have uranium and sodium, but I know that you're not going to find that combination unless it's a radiation planet. Keep note, that was cobalt and dioxide. That cobalt and dioxide is a combination. If that's a combination you want, you're going to have to keep some notes. Again, why I'm saying use a spreadsheet. Okay, did I just hit my monitors or bust my mic? I don't know what I did to my mic right there, but it just got loud in one ear. Is my mic back on? I can't tell. I think my dial's breaking, I don't know. But like, this is why I mentioned that there needs to be an advanced options button, just a big obvious button, advanced options. Make it like the size of the cursor in the middle of the screen, and it's just it's darkened as it sits there, and you click it, and then all of a sudden like a blue light lights up inside of it, or whatever, like this little thing on your armor, okay, the eye on everything, okay, it lights up with the blue thing, or a button that says advanced options, and you click the eye and there's a button, or a diamond, or a triangle, or whatever, dude, whatever, but it gives us this option. We're gonna scan it again real quick, again with the default settings. I just want to point out how loud it can get. And when we're in here, I want to express to you why I'm doing this now at this point. My game save, retains all of the elements that I've seen or that were in the catalog at that time. Here, I gotta pack a bowl, dude. Hear this music? It's not tranquil. It gives me a heart attack. Okay, again, E. This process can take, this is what I mean, this part is leveling up the planet, okay? We have the option of, we have control over the options, and we have control over the settings. Now here's a radio, no, this is a phosphorus planet. Okay, I don't need to sit through this, but I can't escape out of this intro. Alright, so we're kind of stuck in it. But I want you to see what it takes to go through this. I'm leaving the volume the way it is right now, so you can realize that, like, I'm going to leave all the settings default. We're going to be trying to reproduce a bug where you fall through the floor. So after we go through the process of selecting a planet, I'm going to take you through the walkthrough of how I go and do it. And then once we accomplish that and get to a save point, here again, now we're going to hold down tab, don't move your mouse. We're going to hold down tab, and we're going to press escape, okay? Again, the only thing we have control over at this point, what do we need, what do we have, what can we do? We have control over the options, okay? Default options, take a screenshot, alright? I'm going to talk about them later. In the video options, take a screenshot, okay? These are virtual reality helmet settings, okay? Graphics options, and we take a screenshot. These are all default settings, okay? We're going to test a bug in a minute, but right now we're spawning a planet. Again, default settings, take a screenshot. This volume at 80 is way too loud. If they were using 128 kilobit audio, yeah, cool, but if they're using 320 kilobit audio at 80%, at 80%, every other device on all my computers are using Windows WDM drivers, dude. They're gonna put out a standard like 120 kilobit audio for most applications, and then it might bump it up if you set it to a DVD. But dude, you're blasting everybody out here. That's cool, but these are default settings, okay? Again, it'd be nice to see a localization department with, you know, an Americanized English, because I've seen localization for every other language, but not that. But again, video options here. On field of view and flight field of view, these are both 75. That's only useful if you're in a virtual reality helmet. Motion blur amount, again, virtual reality helmet. But the main kicker, if you wanted to file a class action lawsuit, the vignette and scan lines is enabled by default. The vignette is the 3D effect of the left is going to be red and the right is going to be blue. Okay, I went through a bottle of ibuprofen before I was able to, like, dude, I gotta disable this. I don't ever remember it happening, but it's gotta go, dude. Okay, this is enabled by default. This game has been crippled from a PC to play on a PlayStation and now going off to a Nintendo Switch. Okay, and then defaulted for virtual reality helmet. Okay, and these graphic settings, okay, at enhanced, I want you to notice how one's bumped over. Standard is not in the standard column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. There's a low setting, but when you look at and examine the XML files, okay, this modification column always is declared as low. Okay, it makes me think that low is the real word, and there might be some legal issue involved, where standard, it takes a little bit of a legal edge off of it, but they wanted to keep the standard option for the lower setting, and so they bumped out, because they don't want to get rid of the good graphics, they bumped out enhanced and made way for it, but it gets the declaration of a default type. Okay, these ones have to be declared in the XML, these have to be declared, these have to be declared, these ones don't. They're the default. And since this setting for base complexity is standard and not enhanced, the way that these break down to be general, to make an example, imagine if you're just looking at them as bricks right now. Okay, these are this is beds and heads. Okay, soldiers and sailors. Okay, 1 tile, 2 tile, 3 tiles, 4 tiles. Standing here, this is origin and this is destination. Okay, the scope, global scope would be the entirety of the screen. When you're in game, it's going to start these settings will start to render the graphics into visibility. Okay, but what they'll do is they'll basically, yes, they'll do quality of the graphics for every of these settings except for the low setting. What they'll do is they'll go, just as a generic example, okay, from point of origin, okay, you're going to create a radius, okay, but that radius is going to be an array, and that radius is going to go out 1 tile length at standard setting. And then if you were set to enhance, that tile would go out, that ray would go out 2 settings, and at high, that ray would go out 3 tiles, and then that ray would go out 4 tiles. Like, see, I'm talking about building based parts. A metal floor tile, or any floor tile for that matter, okay, is going to render into view based on how long the game has been if you first booted into it, or how it first came into the scope of the distance where you're walking. At a standard walking speed, you cannot set these settings at standard. You will fall through the floor as you're walking. Since this is taking up the 1 floor tile, 2 floor tile, 3 floor tiles, 4 floor tiles, 1 floor tile is standard. Okay, well, standard is now taking the placeholder of 2 floor tiles. So up to 2 floor tiles, you cannot walk into a room and not fall through the floor. These will not render in time when you're walking at a standard pace through a room. You will bonk, fall through the floor and onto the ground. At a higher elevation, that's in perma mode, that could be a game ender. You know what I mean? And then what? That's a bug that's just really wasted everybody's time. There's no way to get it back, right, if you do it that way. That means that the next setting, a proper setting would be, at the minimal, would be to be 1, 2 floor tiles away. It won't solve running fast into the room, but you could walk at a steady pace, and as a point of origin would render in 1 floor tile, 2 floor tiles. So as you walk, there's always going to be 2 floor tiles being rendered ahead before you get there. That's just enough time that you can walk into the room without it falling through the floor. But you can't even set that setting because it's set in the placeholder of default, which would be enhanced. There's no way to declare enhanced. It doesn't have a declaration since it's the default value. So I couldn't even just sit there and say declare it as low, declare it as high, declare it as ultra. You can't declare anything, and since standard is in its placeholder, you're just out of luck. What's the difference between the low setting and base complexity? This one, like I talk about a global scope. This local range of 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles, we're going to call that the local scope. That's what I'm calling a local scope. How far is it going to scope? Okay, what is its scope? The global scope, will take everything from the point of origin and then everything within the base view. Like if you were in camera mode and you went too high and it shows like a white wire global type of frame, that would be the global scope. Okay, all of these minus this low setting, all of these at the same time load the global scope and the local scope. Since the local scope is too you can't set them in standard, and there are machines, and this is why I talk about illegal, kind of why this is kind of dumped in. Look, I don't know, I wasn't in the room, but my, modus ponens, modus tollens, all cats are animals, not all animals are cats, okay? Well, this low setting forcibly excludes the global scope, what I'm calling the global scope, and when you're building a base or whatever is that global zoomed region, it eliminates the global scope such that it will only include, say, that one tile that it's going to render in as you're walking into a room, and it excludes any other base rendering, such that as you're in a base, if it doesn't forcibly exclude that region, it's still taking like a system thread, or it's reticulating that spline, whatever the case is, that process, that graphical process is in use, and it will not start to, any of these other modes won't start to render that local scope until that global scope is done. But since it's now being queued up, essentially, QUE, but it's being queued up, okay, well then it will start to render, and there's a little bit of granular pixelation. It's fighting for memory usage. This low setting is unique from all the rest of them because it forcibly excludes, removes that global scope and only focuses on the local scope. Okay, if it was set to high, you would have 4, but in case it only goes down to 2. So you could have a huge base, but you're only going to see one tile away. I know it's a couple more, but you'll only, for example, see one tile away, and then after that, it's going to look like the building is cut in half, like it's under construction or something. Okay, it's going to be excluded from that equation. That means the only other setting to be able to eliminate that falling through the floor issue is to set it to high. Well, that puts a lot of system resources on there, and then when you're trying to record it is one, but I don't need it to be high. I can be chill with standard if standard worked. I played SimCity for like 25 years, and when you're playing SimCity, you've got to you build a plot of land, and then you got to let the building grow, essentially, and that takes time. And the more graphics, then the slower the rendering in human time, in real time. And so I'm used to minimal settings, graphic settings, so I can get the quickest build time, so I don't waste all day sitting there, that kind of thing. Well, that is not possible with this game, and so I've been testing and dealing with that bug since the first time I played it on release, okay, ish, and like it's not, every time there's a new build, it never happens, dude. And so I just got to a point where as of 3.7.0, I was taking a break from Y2K38, and I sat down to actually play this game and just figure out how to do it. Of all the games that are out there, every time I come across it, it's like deja vu, and I want to play it. There's an innate, intrinsic human quality that wants to go into the stars. And so, for the sake of this demonstration, we're going to leave everything set as it is default, okay? But we're going to have to I'm going to change these settings as we get into the game. I'm going to reduce them and have my own configuration that I can live with, okay? Because I can't live with this. Anything less than the high setting on base complexity, and you're falling through the floor, dude. And anything higher than that, it goes from I can have an easy 35-40% CPU usage on these lowest settings, and just cool as an ice cube, okay? But then I gotta pump it up to ultra to be able to see and or do anything. If there's a dinosaur trying to eat me, dude, I gotta make sure, that means I gotta put up the animation quality and the distance, the LOD, how far, dude, this game can only be really set if you don't care about, nuclear meltdown with your computer and overheating. And there's no way you can't run this setting. Either have to have low, where you can't see your base, or it has to be set to high. It skips 2 other settings in between. Low, standard, and high are completely you can't get to enhanced, which could solve it, and you could play at default settings if they set it that way. But for some reason, again, because they don't have testers, they don't have real game testers. They need to have at least 20 game testers and 20 programmers. No more graphic artists. That's why the game doesn't work. And these other settings, like Sentinel or these updates, it's all graphics, dude. There's no functionality, and the functionality doesn't work throughout the entirety of the build. And even since games start, there's still functionality. There's still falling through the floor. If I used to fall through the planet, it's because I had it at standard setting. It has to be at least, if you're using the terrain manipulator, you fall through the planet, dude. Dude. Anyway, I'm mentioning this stuff now, okay? Because we got a clean setup here. Nothing has been clicked on, okay? It's a clean install, okay? Nothing has been done. I want to point out that the catalog is empty. Once I go and load, we're going to load up until we get a radiation planet. We're going to run and get to the starship. I'll just take you through how to do it chill and how I do it. And then on the next video, we're going to start from my home planet. And when that happens, we're going to start at the same beginning first time save. Okay, you haven't done anything yet, and we're gonna take a new method, but at that point I want to show you places where I learned how to do what I was gonna do, and that's gonna be too long for this kind of video. We still got to get the next one. The next game we're gonna actually fill in the blanks, okay? Again, that spreadsheet that I'm having you get, okay, we're going to fill that in on the next round. But for right now, this is a phosphorus planet. I'm going to take you through this sequence until we can get to a radiation planet. Okay, this could take 5 minutes as a boot, okay, or 5 hours as just you're lucky, 5 days as it's taken, 5 months as it's been, okay, or 5 years as in the entire the whole game in itself, okay. This music sounds broken. It's giving my heart palpitations. It's taking all tranquility out of my essence. Whatever they did to the soundtrack needs to be undone. That's why I'm going to stay at version 3.75. I'm going to point these things out because these kind of new graphic mods, and again, here comes the casino, going to Vegas kind of thing. I'm leaving the volume loud. At default so you can understand the difference of what we're going through. But just understand that, like, my voice is blown out because my career I worked around servers, dude. Loud machines, loud fans, okay? And just like my voice has to lift to go and speak to you on the tape right now, the same as it is. See how the top of the screen has got those little horizontal lines? Those are the scan lines. The vignette is when you look at the objects, and far in the distance, it'll be more prominent. On the left-hand side of the screen will be red hues, and on the 90% red and 10% blue, and on the right-hand side of the screen will be 90% blue and 10% red. Okay, but these settings right here, if I was having everything set, I'd have to turn down the monitors on my desktop, and that's why now I do it turn down. Again, don't move your mouse, hold down tab, press escape. I already know we're not going to stay here because it's an ice planet. We need a radiation planet. But again, the only things you have control over in this portion of the game are your options and your discoveries. So we're going to level up our options. Okay, well, we'll do that in a minute. We'll do that once we get the actual game installed. I don't want to do it twice. But while we're here, I want to point out what we're going to go and do. This whole spawning a planet process, I'm going to do that on this one because then I'm going to delete it. Okay, we're going to scrub this off the machine. We're going to uninstall this version 3.82. So that's why I want to do this part of the demonstration now. And then we're going to, in the next video, we'll start filling in the blanks. We'll fill in this data, and then we'll start the actual, spawning a new planet kind of setup. But I want to get all of this wrapped up into the first one here. Select the elements you want. I use salt for my cache. I use uranium for my gas. I get my nanites from runaway mold. I use a Vy'keen system so I can get a heavy fighter, and I've got backup and support that's capable of backing me up and supporting me when I got attacked by pirates and sentinels. Okay, and engineering, okay, what I don't care about, but the tier 3 sustainable, well, that's a tier 2 economy. It must be a tier 3 economy or else we won't have access to the elements. The tier 2 conflict, That's awesome. The higher the better. It gives you a better chance of, one, having fun, and two, getting a heavy fighter. In regular patrols, that's a tier 2 status. And so again, we got this planet, if it was a Viking, would have a higher chance of getting a heavy fighter. Again, you can change the stats on the vehicle to S class. They all get pretty much the same strengths, okay? But the slot space, how many items you can carry with you, is the differential there, or the difference there. Okay, so back to options. We're not going to stay here. We're going to go to mode. Once we find a radiation planet, I don't care what it's got. This is just for the demonstration. But just once we find a radiation planet, so you can see why I say on every, there needs to be an advanced option where we can select these. Yes, default them to random, but allow us to select this, because you can be here every day from wake to sleep for 18 hours, okay, spawning and respawning and respawning and respawning, and not getting a uranium planet with salt, a radiation planet with salt and uranium. The combination is possible, and it's not like it's taking that. It's not like it's taking it out of that statistical probability. It's just throwing random builds at you. It's not like at 100 you'll get that combination. I don't know why people keep saying a 2% chance or 1% chance. Why? Because they said so? I honestly don't believe anything Sean Murray says. Right now, I could escape from this screen. Okay, I could escape from this screen and launch a new spawn, but I gotta wait. It's a 3-minute process. At least on the AMD it was. It was almost 7 minutes. At 7 to 10 minutes on the AMD machine. So I put the stats up there at the beginning of the video, so you can do. That's why I put the stats at the beginning of the video, so you can see what it is, and say, you know. Alright, so there's the tab and a skip and escape. Alright, again, doesn't have anything we need. Magnetized ferrite dioxide. That was exactly the last one, except this one is a Korvax system. And again, it's a tier 2 economy and a tier 1 sentinels. Okay, so we're not going to be here. I just want you to see the process. This is why I say these things. That's why there's been such frustration in my voice. It's the time invested into this game. Yeah, this music has to go, dude. Commencing Atlas system suit initialization. This is the toxic planet. You can hear by the rain. Life support systems. This is not a place I'm ever going to play. Or this is not a place I'm going to play. Shield kinetic system online. Again, if there was a pull down on the list with advanced options, I could just select it once, and then if I had to respawn it, the settings remain. Let the settings remain. Have an option to clear or reset. You know what I mean? Don't just reset them every time I reload it. Okay? Have a checkbox on there. You know, it's enabled. Okay, and then have a reset button. Or if you turned it off, if you uncheck the advanced, if you disabled the advanced options, it would reset it back to default, random. Okay, it's got salt, but it's got ammonia. Ammonia is only useful for your exosuit, really. I mean, the first thing I need is cash, and I need gas to get my vehicle off the ground. The nanites is pretty much a default. You're going to get either slime or mold or goop or whatever. You're going to end up refining it into nanites. Alright? And then, again, Korvax. I'm never going to play a Korvax game again. This is just all wasted time. Just wasted time. But I want you to understand what it's like and what I'm talking about. This can take you 5 minutes. It could take you 5 days. It could take you, like, it took me 5 days, dude. The one I've got right now, okay, that we're going to be going back to, took me 5 days. 5 calendar days. Wake to sleep for 18 hours trying to spawn a salt uranium planet. 5 days. 5 days. Because part of that quest is like, yes, you find a planet that's got, okay, the elements. Hey, we got a prospect. There we go. Alright, so, or is that phosphorus? No, we're good, we're good, we're good. Alright, so, here we're gonna get moving. Alright.
Geokinetic system online.
Okay, cool, it's a radiation planet, but doesn't have the elements that we're looking for. Probably not. We'll see what happens, you know what I mean? This is the point when I talk about leveling up your planet. This is gonna be the procedure of doing that. Okay, you're gonna be very selective of the elements that you want. The one guarantee, if you had to say, I have choice over 2 different elements as guaranteed, find out the combination. Are the combinations possible? Write down. Salt and uranium are possible. Okay, all of my planets are. Don't move your mouse. Hold down tab. Press escape. Now we can move our mouse. Discoveries. Magnetized ferrite. I don't care about uranium. I need for gas. It's Vy'keen and it's adequate. Alright, so cool, it's Vy'keen, but it's a tier 2 economy. I'm not going to take it. It's got magnetized ferrite. It doesn't have salt. I'm not going to take it. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. And then you say, okay, well that sucks. I went through all this process. It's magnetized ferrite, and then there's uranium. Well, you'd be tempted, oh, well, maybe I'll just use uranium. Well, salt is my cash. Unless I want to do X times the work, well then, no, I need salt because that's my cash. And it's got to be tier 3 because I'm not going to develop in a system without it, right? And so we're going to say, okay, and we say quit the mode select. You catch my drift? And that's the process. Okay, cool. There was a sodium planet or a radiation planet, but it doesn't have the elements you want. Level up every step along the way. Level up before you move up. You have control over the options, and you have control over the elements, whether or not you say yes or no. But this process and routine is the monotony. It takes no skill set, like pressing the E key right here. It takes no skill to acquire, to do. Okay, but this is a toxic planet. Okay, well, I'm not going to stay here. It doesn't have the elements I want. The point that would make things super easy, if I could hit the escape key. Okay, that was timing, but like, if I could hit the escape key and then like drop to the point of start, whoop, and then boom, there's in place. But it doesn't. Okay, well there's a continuity at the end of the game to the start of the game. Okay, well fine, still. Let me hit escape. That nostalgia only worked on me the first time I played the game. Other than that, I know what to expect. When I saw it the second time, I was like, oh, okay, this is just how it does it, and it's not going to let me escape.
User initialization sequence complete.
Oops, I'll let you see it. Okay, cobalt and ammonia. Okay, energy supply promising. That's a tier 2 economy. Okay, T3 conflict, but it's a Gex system. I'm just gonna get annihilated with no backup, no sentinels. Okay, another thing. Ask yourself, why are there sentinels in the game Sentinel? Okay, why are there sentinels trying to stop me from getting to the space station in any particular star system? If nobody's allowed in that star system, why is there a space station there? But there's sentinels trying to attack me every time I go to a space station. Okay, the module, the game, the update, the Sentinel update itself makes no sense. It's basically trying to keep you busy, a way that they can add more graphics and functionality that's going to be broken for the next 5 years, dude. He's trying to milk this game out as long as he can, and he won't give you a finished version. That's why we're going to go to 3.7.5. But again, I'm going to pack a bowl. I want you to see what this process is when I mean selecting a planet, leveling up the planet. Okay, this planet that you start off on is the only place in the known universe of No Man's Sky that you're going to be completely safe from everything. Okay, you're going to be safe from animals, you're going to be safe from pirates, you're going to be safe from sentinels. Okay, you're going to be safe from everything. Unless you go picking a fight, you're going to be alright. You know what I mean? You might get accosted as you go in space when you're traveling to the space station, which is why you got to make sure that you've got. Well, you got to make sure that you've got like armament, dude.
Life support systems activated. Shield Geokinetic system online.
I'm gonna smoke a bowl, and when I'm done smoking this bowl, we're gonna go and run and go through this. In the next section, where like where we run through the planet, okay? But like once we get started on that, my hands, I gotta use both my hands. And for right now, I need to have a smoke, so we're gonna have a smoke. But I just want you to see what it's like, the prerequisites, and don't deviate. I mean, choose what you want, whatever you think is you need first. If you need sodium and if you need like dioxide and ammonia or something or whatever, see if the combination is available. Okay, if no sense waiting on something that isn't gonna work. Okay, I just really want you to know that this volume is too loud, so I'm gonna let it burn in. Okay, but this is why my voice is shot. Cobalt and ammonia. If these are the elements that you need, then go for it. Okay, the point I really want to point out here. The point I guess I want to emphasize is don't wait for a combination if it's not a possible combination. From this point forward, you know that cobalt and ammonia are a combination, that it's going to come on a toxic planet. You know what I mean? So if that's your dig, man, if you need cobalt and you need ammonia, I see people talking about selling cobalt, and crash the economy with cobalt. These are knuckleheads, dude. There is absolutely zero reason to crash any economy and not have the absolute maximum cash ever. I mean, like, I've max capped my, I guess you're calling it, my cash and my nanites. I'm not going to do it anymore. I'll just give myself 1 million at a time or 1 trillion at a time, and then be, you know, if I need more, I'll go back down to the house and I'll go make some more. But again, this is why I emphasize there needs to be an advanced options button right here in the middle of the screen. It's either you tab it, it's on, and tab it, it's off, and it's going to retain that memory every time you come back to this screen. Okay, so when I tab it on, it stays on, and then I configure this mode with all of those settings. If I turned off the game, okay, it clears that memory setting out. Okay, but like once I enable it and set it, until I accept a planet, okay, if I go and spawn the planet and make a save point or whatever, until I exit the game, that setting is going to remain. And so when I come out to this mode, I don't have to re-enable it. And then above where it says normal, or you can take this icon, can be, you know, that can be the start button itself. And then on that screen there's a reset, or you can just turn off the advanced options button and then it resets everything. Whatever the case is, dude, I showed you a list, okay, in the vault of each star system, each planet. Each one has salt and uranium, a Viking, and a tier 3. Each of those took long periods of time to accomplish. I'm gonna smoke a bowl. We're just gonna keep going through this. When I'm done smoking this, we're gonna take the next one and we'll go run into a save point. And then after that, I'm gonna load my test build. The reason I want you to see this clean is because the catalog is empty. Once I load my test build, it's going to import all of the elements that is in my catalog. Why is there a dinosaur in the snow? You would be dead instantly within 40 seconds.
Aerial propulsion jetpack online.
Again, why is there a weird dinosaur in the snow? Is that warm-blooded? With scales? Alright, so again, there's nothing on this planet that I'm going to want. It's a nice planet, so it's going to be dioxide, silver, maybe sodium. You got sodium and dioxide, that's what I'm saying. Okay, cool, Viking. It's a tier 2 economy. But it's sodium. Again, there's 4 mandatories: salt, uranium, Viking, and tier 3. I'll gamble on the rest. I'd like to see sentinels and critical conflict as high as possible. Again, that gives you a better chance at a heavy fighter. I'm doing this just because I want you to see the monotony is documented, what it takes to get a planet that can easily be solved with a pull-down list. At some point, we're probably gonna have to do a take 5, dude, and like.
Commencing Atlas system suit initialization.
There's a prospect. Do I hear rain? No.
Life support systems
Yeah, so here's a prospect.
activated.
Here's a prospect.
Shield kinetic system online. Scanner damaged. Repair required.
Salt, uranium,
Aerial propulsion
Viking, and Tier
jetpack
3.
online.
This is what I mean about going to a casino and pulling a slot machine. You gotta keep respawning a planet, and then you have no selection in it. You just have to wait for a random chance that these all line up. And that's what we're gonna be playing on, and I'm not giving it up.
User initialization sequence complete.
Again, don't move your mouse because you're gonna be automatically dialed in. Now you can, but like, you'll be lined up with, yeah, magnetized ferrite and its Korvax automatically gone. Don't even care. See how that soundtrack just picked back up?
Commencing Atlas system suit initialization. Life support systems.
I don't even have to look at it. I can hear the rain and know it's a toxic planet.
Shield kinetic system online. Scanner damaged. Repair required. Aerial propulsion jetpack online.
Once I finish smoking, dude, we'll just take a planet and go. I just want you to see, we're looking for a planet that's going to take a lot of time. This is why I get all aggro. But look how the screen is kind of red and blue and offset. That's the vignette. That's the vignette. When it looks all kind of red and blue and blurry and gives you a migraine, that's the vignette, the left and right. Cobalt, pneumonia, Korvax, don't care. Goodbye. So when we start the other one, I'm going to talk about selecting a planet. I'm not going to go through this process anymore. I've already got my planet. I've already got my vehicle. I generated it this way organically. There's no mods in it. That kind of thing. I love mods, but I'm not going to mod my games. I'm not going to play this game with mods. Not with the people, but I'm not going to put mods in it. Once I do, I will never be able to look back. Right now, I get to play the same game everybody else is playing. You know what I mean?
Life support systems activated.
Again, salt, uranium, Viking, and Tier
Shield
3.
kinetic system online.
And these scan lines, dude, in this vignette, it has to go. We're going to change all that, but right now I want you to see what it's like to actually spawn a planet. Okay, so there's some sodium, right? You can jump into caves if you want to. Personally, dude, there's no real need. Don't panic during the starting parts, man. Just slow everything down, be methodical, okay? You'll be just fine.
Operational.
Here, hold on.
User initialization sequence complete.
I'm just showing you for the sake of it. There's nothing here for us. Yeah, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I can see in the first second or not whether or not we're gonna stay here. If we could have an escape key on that, that would be awesome. You know what I mean?
Commencing Atlas system suit initialization.
Phosphorus. Phosphorus. You can have basalt. You have basalt or phosphorus.
Life support systems
Pyrite. Maybe pyrite. Either phosphorus or pyrite or basalt. Maybe not basalt. I don't hear any volcanoes. I just see the volcanic plants. Probably more than likely
Scanning
pyrite or
damaged. Repair
phosphorus,
required.
magnetized ferrite, or I don't know about silver, but silver maybe.
Aerial propulsion jetpack. Online. Multi-tool and mining laser attachment. Operational. User initialization sequence complete.
I just got an itch. Cobalt. If they don't randomize this music track, that's another reason why I'm not playing it. They're playing the same track every time, dude. What's respawning back in? Is it waiting for it to finish? Give me a different track, dude. It's like there's not a lot of games for me to play, man, but like I ended up playing The Sims 3. Okay, it's like you can build houses and you can unlock it and libraries and all kinds of stuff. If you don't have to run around shooting stuff, it was cool. But like, here's another prospect. Those artichokes are just, no, that's beautiful, that's cool. This would be a cool system.
Shield kinetic system.
If you're looking for like a military looking vehicle, this would be a good place to start. You're gonna get a green. You're gonna get a green.
Scanner damaged. Repair required.
Alright, so let's just take this one.
Aerial propulsion jetpack. Online.
I don't care who it is on this one, we're not gonna keep it. This is just like a demo.
Multi-tool and mining laser attachment. Operational.
Alright, so I'm gonna hold down tab,
Initialization sequence
press
complete.
escape. What do we got? Cobalt and uranium, Corvax. Okay, so we're not even gonna even keep it, but I just wanna do it for the sake of it. Alright, the catalog is empty right now and all that other stuff. Well, we're gonna load a test in a minute, so we're gonna run through right now and do the initial save kind of thing, okay? Just now, imagine that this doesn't have the elements, you'd still keep going, okay? I really, again, I highly recommend, dude, if you're gonna follow along with this, go through the process until you get a planet that says salt, uranium, it's Viking, and a tier 3 economy. That's why I gave you that spreadsheet. Okay, see how I got a toolbar? It's not open right now. I'm gonna open it right now. Here, boom. Here, give this a second. Let me go to planets. Okay, so the planet that we're going to be playing on, I'm going to erase all this data. We're going to plug it all in from scratch. Okay, but this is the data that we're going to plug in on the next video. Okay, to walk you through the process, and this is what your sheet's going to look like for your starting planet. I just installed a new version of the application, so it's got the spell check. Okay, and that's what you're going to see. And then you're going to see when you're looking for economies, this is why I gave you this tab, the tier 3 economy. This is what we're going to go through and do screenshots. Okay, all this other stuff that goes with it. As a matter of fact, I might as well just give you that right now. So you got the first one with the software. This is where we're going to end up at the end. Okay. Oh, man. I'm dying of lung cancer. Gross. Anyway, so I'm coughing up tar. Okay, so this is going to be our shopping list, that kind of thing. Okay. What else? So take a screenshot of that. I'm counting down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, and those options. Here's our options. Let's get a screenshot of that. I'm going to select the different sections, and so that way it's in the title. Okay, get a screenshot. I'm just going to go down for each section and then plug it in from there. Alright, and every time I say take a screenshot, I'm counting down from 5. Alright. If this video is going to be long, then trying to rewind is going to be difficult. There's general options. Go ahead and do a screenshot. Alright. When I gotta do screen captures on a cell phone, it takes me like I gotta tap and then wait and then it delays and all the other stuff. Either I gotta pause it or I gotta do a thing. Alright, so let's see. Alright, do a screenshot. The two different HP models are the one on in the middle and the one on the right. Alright. And go ahead and do a screenshot. This game will not run on the AMD machine, dude. Oops. Alright, go ahead and get a screenshot. Everything in the parentheses are the things that I'm changing. Everything that's highlighted are ones that I've modified. Things that are not in parentheses are the default settings. That kind of thing. The ones in blue are things that I change in game. And the column for HP is the one we're working on. And here's the NVIDIA machine and the AMD machine. This game will not run on the NVIDIA machine at all. At all. I mean, like 10 frames to 17 frames a second. It's just, and that's what I played on for the first few months until version 3.71. Version 3.73. At version 3.73 is where, hold on. Version 3.73 is where that nag started showing up, and when that nag started showing up about NVIDIA DLSS is when I started playing on the NVIDIA machine and trying to software on both. It's like, why is this happening? Again, each of these planets, that's why I'm giving, oops, sorry. Here, go ahead and get a screenshot of that. I forgot we're doing screenshots right now. Okay, you're going to have to build a spreadsheet that looks like this, at least if you're going to follow along, because this is what it looks like. This is the data as it's written and compiled with that nomansky.fandom.com. That's why I had to get on the internet, dude. I was trying to find out these elements. What were the tier 3 elements? What was their name? Because it tells you the name, but it doesn't tell you what the actual status are. And so I had to end up going online to find that out. I guess I could have like gone and tested each one and then say if it was what was in there, but like this is from the where is that? Hold on. Right here. These guys. That's coming from these guys, dude. So it's doable. It's very doable. And so these are like essential data that's going to be every planet you go to or star system, you're going to be taking an inventory of what it is. And so this is like going to be a thing. Get a screenshot of that, and I'm going to scroll down this list with the trading items. Okay, always keep in mind there's 7 systems, there's 7 economy types. You're going to have to do this process for 7 economy types. So before you even go out into the star system with a hyperdrive, you're going to be leveled up in a Templar and you're going to have instant backup everywhere you go. You know what I mean? Like, I see people just running out there and they don't even have gas in their tank. It's like, oh, dude, what are you guys doing? That's why I'm doing this, man. Like, I seen people that are just like, lost. This is what they're lost on. Alright, let's get back to screenshots for a second. Alright, scrolling down. Okay, trading items. I guess I gotta get this in here. Let me try and put it in a window like that. There we go. So I'm gonna highlight trade route A. This is the important part about here. There we go. Trade route A. Go ahead and get a screenshot. Again, the economy types. There was a guy who was out there looking. He had like a dinosaur egg or something, and he was trying to. Here, I'm gonna scroll it down in a 3, 2, 1. This guy who was trying to get dinosaur eggs or something, And like, here, let me scroll down like this. I'm just going to select trade route B, but I'm going to move this up because I think the camera blocks it. So I'm going to kind of try and, there we go. Trade route B, go ahead and get a screenshot. This guy, this is typed in as it was copied, but like, on the top, in the orange, the mining economy. On the far right, it says #1 dirt. The guy was going to try and like, change the color of the dinosaur when it was hatched, but he needed dirt to do it, and he couldn't find dirt anywhere. I mean, look, it was a while ago, I can't remember, but something like that. That's why I take this approach and level up a tier 3 system of each of them within close proximity of my starting system. The first nearby that has the elements, I move in, you know what I mean? And then I develop that system. And so that way I can like teleport, if not have to hop a shuttle, and then I know where I'm going. I've got teleporters to everything that I need, you know what I mean? And everything is like dialed in. You can't put all that information in the game, but you can put it in a spreadsheet. Okay, if you take in my method, okay, if you take in my method, alright, he wouldn't have had to worry about it. He could have just gone into a spreadsheet and did like control find, and then find like dirt. And there's dirt. You know what I mean? So, I mean, we're already there, but that is the kind of the gist of that. Let me scroll back up, put this back in order. Okay. Trying to keep everything dialed back into place. Hold on. Let me put it all back. Alright. Conflict. Okay. I haven't run the spell checker yet, so this stuff is still all unsquiggled or squiggled. Okay, but like, this was copy and paste, dude, so copy and paste. But like, there's spell checking in there. I haven't even checked it. I can't even really read it. You're going to be copying and pasting this data into this next section that we're going to go to. The next tab at the bottom of the screen, make yourself a spreadsheet that looks like this. Alright, you got a screenshot on that. I'm going to put this back. We'll go to the next one, planets. Okay, you're going to have a section that looks like this. Okay, go ahead and get a screenshot if you want to. Alright. We're going to reset all of this stuff as we get back there, alright? But like, should probably even just wait till the rest of it, because at that point, I don't want to contaminate the data, okay? I don't want to contaminate the data. We're going to start from scratch. That's why I'm not going to open this next one. If we're going to start from 0, we're going to start from the first part of the save. But that's going to be the next part that we're going to do, is we're going to fill in this data. But for right now, we're just going to consider that this is a planet we would choose. But I want you to notice here, salt and uranium. Okay, these are the things that we have control over. Salt and uranium. It's Vy'keen. Okay, it's an advanced economy. Okay, this is a keeper. And then this one has my vehicle, and so this is where we're going to be. Then if that's going to be done, I'm going to do a tab over to, how long is this video? 3 hours, dear goodness. Alright, so back to the game. Let's just go. Alright, so the first thing that we would do, when we fill in that data, we'll fill it in on the next one, but every star system you go to, we're going to be filling in that data. That's why I'm taking you through this process. Alright, so first thing out, I'm going to hit the X key, like I was saying earlier, scrolling up to the camera mode, control 9. Okay, scrolling down the list to the, okay, up one, toggle camera view, control 0. Right click back, right click clear that, pressing 9. Okay, now we're frozen in time for a second. You're lined up by default. See how the sound is so loud? You're lined up by default with the starship. So the first thing we're going to do, and if you're on a slow computer, this is going to hurt. You know, take one at a time, but right now, mine can handle it. So I'm going to press the camera, keep your hands steady, keep steady and straight. Okay, but we're going to go straight up, and we're just going to take camera shots on the way up. So I'm going to click with my left finger, and then I'm going to hold down the E key on the keyboard. E is in Edward, Ypsilon. Okay, and then we're going to take screenshots. This is going to go, imagine if you found this as a planet, imagine if this had the elements we were looking for. We were going to take a screenshot of it, and we're going to take a panorama, and we're going to make a backup, an archive of that. And that way when we look back in time, we'll know what this planet was. Otherwise, you're not going to remember after a couple hundred, oops, hold Hold on. I'm messing it up now. Here we go. Alright, so before I mess it up completely, let's go. And off in the distance, you'll either see the starship or you won't see it. And if you don't see it, it's where you don't see it. There's a flattened area, and that's probably where it is right there, because that's kind of how it works. See, straight ahead on the left. Oops. Sorry. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so there's our starship. See, I moved it a little bit. Okay, and there's the camera frame. I'm going to release from that frame. Alright, and now I'm just going to do a panoramic. This is for the archive. When you make... Oops, there's a rainbow. Check that out. Try and get that all in there. There's a screenshot. Pretty planet. I gotta tell you, I don't really know why people spend time. I mean, yeah, it's cool. That looks like that looks like where we're gonna be going. Oh, it's Korvax, yeah. I was like, why does that look like that? Okay, we're not gonna keep these photos. I'm just gonna take you around. See, there's the starship again. Okay, so I'm gonna bring it down, put the mountains on the horizon. This would be what we do. Okay, and you take a inventory of the area, right? And so when you make a zip file and you put everything away and you go back and you look at it someday, you're not going to remember what was there. And if you don't have, sure, you may have a save file, but if you don't have some photos to go along with it, you're not going to remember. Okay, I think we're about done here. So along this lines, okay, boom. And I think that's us right in the center. That's why I didn't change our viewpoint. Just for the sake of it, I want to zoom back in. I think that's us right there. That's why he put us in camera mode first and left us in the exosuit. But I gotta tell you, as far as functioning in the exosuit, I cannot do it. I'm no good at it. Okay, I can't play a game. Or just for a second, I'm gonna oops. Running around in a suit like this, in the third person mode, I'm not used to doing it. I've been playing since like Wolfenstein 3D, dude, back in early '93. Okay, so I'm gonna have to switch this into a camera mode, or into the first person, but for the sake of it, I'm gonna escape and go back into camera for the round 2. Okay, now it's nighttime. Okay, so again, now at this point, we're just gonna kind of like, don't really need to, here. We're gonna do the same thing going up, but we're just gonna go up and we're gonna look down. So ready, 3, 2, 1, and launch. We're going to get to the top and then we're going to look down. We're looking for where this is going to be our subconscious mindset, what we're going to be looking at. Where's our sodium? And what's our path? Okay, so there's our ship. So we're going to be surfing up the side of this hill. We're going to bank at the end to the right. And we're going to come off to the left. Slalom. There's some sodium off to the right. Looks too far to get to, but we'll generally make our way off there when that time comes. Just going to pull it straight down to where we're standing right now and see what's in our area. That looks like our lights. And so let's kind of circle around. This looks like our backpack lights. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to look for some sodium. There's some behind us. That'll work. So there's some sodium behind us. That's not really the direction I want to go. Where are we going to see anything? There's some way far off. We might have to settle. Here's some on a cliff. Is that the same? Yeah, I think it is. Alright, so we got some behind us. It looks like we might have to get that first. Or how far is that up there? That's too far. Alright, so we're gonna have to double back for a second. Alright, so now that we've got that, we've got an idea of where we're going. Alright, so I'm gonna hit the right key to escape, and then I'm gonna hit 0 to change my viewpoint. I'm gonna turn around, I'm gonna run the opposite direction. There's the sodium behind us. I'm looking at the lights. Where's our starship? There's our starship. There's our lights. 3.5, about 4 o'clock. Head out 4 o'clock. Okay, we're gonna head out about 4 o'clock. Just checking by the ray on the lights right there. Alright, you ready? We're gonna get one long run in our breath. When we run out of breath, then we're gonna grab our elements. And we should be sitting right on top of that by the time we get there. So, you ready? Let's cancel out on a 3, 2, 1. We're gonna go. Oops, I gotta switch into. Oh, did I just change the view first? Alright, let's see. Don't waste your fuel. Forgot to go into the log and select this guy. There we go. Alright,
Radiation
54.
protection falling.
Don't go out shooting anything else. Carbon is going to be the first thing you need. So carbon is a good one. Alright, so let's see. Right click. And let's go into our menu and do our scanner. Say scan. I think I messed up our angle when I changed the view, so we'll see what happens here. Did I mess up the angle? Yeah, I did. Doggone it. When I changed from camera view, I was in third person, then I moved the camera. And then yeah. I changed the camera view after I moved the third person. Doggone it. Oh well. So here's our guy. We're gonna scan that guy. Okay. So the first thing we're gonna do here now, while that's happening, let's go into our tab mode. It wants us to do a thing. Here's our sodium. Let's just split it in half and press C, and then we'll drop that in there. And then we'll take this one, and then we'll split that. And all kinds of pieces. Alright, so give it a second.
Radiation protection
Yeah.
falling.
Where's our ship?
Starship signal detected.
There you go, thank you. Alright, we're just gonna run to the ship. I see some sodium, so we're gonna head that way. But right now I'm not gonna worry about anything else but getting to the ship. I gotta hit a cliff, but hold on. There we go. Not gonna go out of my way for
Radiation
anything.
damage detected.
You save all that for when it's actually happening. Okay.
Radiation damage detected.
Yeah, I bet. Once we get to the car, it's all we care about. Everything else we got under control. But once we get there, then we can save the game and we're good to go. Alright. There we go. Alright, we'll get this guy done. It says iteration 2394829084924924924G. Scenario iteration number 231187661T. Deleted. Boundary separation failure likely. Vessel 16 emptied. Cause Sentinel intervention. Deliberate transfer. Analysis. Fresh iteration generated. Anomaly containment prepared. It says 1 broadcast or 2 leave, 1 broadcast received. Traveler anomaly detected. Anomaly is compliant, position logged, system integrity scan initialized. And story time is over, and we can go to the car. And we're gonna hold down E and hop in the car. Now it's gonna take us through this little part. Iteration number 2394829084924924924G online. Atlas connection, intermittent. It's like you're talking to yourself, huh? Launch thrusters, offline. Pulse engine, offline. He says, I find myself alone on a strange world, unequipped and in danger. I have no memory of how I got here and no sense of it before. But this ship at least seems to recognize me. The controls react to my touch, or at least to that of my exosuit. I am not dead yet, and this ship is a lifeline out to the stars. It gives an option of 1 read log or 2 connect exosuit. I say 1 read log. 1 read log. Log. Log number 4925A, unavailable. Log number 4925A, unavailable. Substituting data. These are default settings, by the way, everybody. You can't see your dashboard, and I can't even hear myself at the top of my lungs. Exosuit connected. Suggestion: pilot should perform maintenance. Select desired repair path. Number 1, only option says repair ship systems. Self-guided repair protocols initiated. Alright, now it gives us action in the vehicle. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go E and jump out of the car. There's our first save. There we go. Now we're good to go. E, we're going to be back in the car. Now the game is saved. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to press the X key and we're going to scroll down to the gear cog. Okay, the gear cog, we're going to go and press Control A on the keyboard. Pardon me, Control 0 on the keyboard. Okay, I'm going to right click. I'm going to right click. I'm going to press 0. I'm going to press 0. I want you to notice real quick here. Screens in the machine from left to right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Screen 1 is going to have your coordinate data, your latitude and your longitude. Okay, screen number 2 is going to have your velocity, your speed, okay, units per second, I'm going to presume, or assume. And screen number 3 says environment warning. That's a navigation, I would imagine, I'm going to call it. And then screen 4, it says radiant pillar, that's a shield. And then screen 5 is a photon cannon, and that's going to be, says heat. Things to bring of note right now. Screens number 4 and number 5, the shield, the meters, the bar, those don't work. Those don't move at all. Screen number 2 with the velocity, the speed, the speedometer, I guess, is that one. It does move. When you're in hyperspace and stuff like that, you can see things like fuel come up or something like that. That one's functional. Okay, and then the coordinate data on the left, you can't see at all. We're in a rested position. I cannot see my coordinate data. Now, sure, I can hit the Alt key and I can look down. Okay, this is like playing in virtual reality helmet. Okay, that's the only way that's going to be useful, because when I let go of the Alt key, see how it brings the cursor back to center? It combines the cursor with the weapon fire and the line of sight and the direction of the vehicle. Okay, so when I have to look over for this, I can't see the road, and I'm trying to get steady because the compass will not show me. No, see, there's north, okay, there's south, but there's no west. And behind me is the east, it won't let me see. But do you understand what I mean? There's a point, even as of center, that I cannot tell what direction is north, south, east, or west at first glance. This is like Amelia Earhart. Okay, if any of you kids are probably too young to even care, but like when I was a kid, it was like she was like still fresh on the stories kind of thing, and like leftover kind of hero, and it was a hero of mine growing up. Okay, it was just like she tried to pull off, just honestly, like she tried to, you know, pull an ego, or whatever the case is, maybe, I don't know, but like, she had no navigation. was never seen from again. She's flying blind is the phrase, okay? This game is going to be flying blind. Okay, let's just exit out for a second. This game is going to have us flying blind. So what we're going to eventually do, I'm going to use the Alt key again. We need to be able to see this coordinate data as an absolute. So what I'm going to do is see how I'm trying to like pull the screen down a little bit to get everything in the view, but the cabin you can't see where you're going. The solution that's going to have to happen is we're going to have to change in the XML files. The field of view is going to be pushed up. This is 75%, the defaults. We're going to have to push it up to 200%. Okay, and we're going to have to disable that vignette. That thing gives me migraines, dude. When you're looking off in the distance, it's got a little red hue and a little blue hue. It's two different. The further things get away, the more those colors spread apart. Okay, and now listen here how there's a vehicle. Keep an ear. This is why I programmed here. I'm going to pause for a second because I don't know where it is. I can hear it. I don't know if it's close to us yet. Okay. Boy, I went and had us program in the camera. There he is. There he is. I put the camera, we programmed it to control 9, mapped it to control 9. This is why part of this thing when you spawn a planet, we're going to be leveling up our inventory. Okay, we're going to level up our inventory, but when that's going on, you're going to have to keep an eye up. Again, imagine this planet, it's not, but just imagine it was. Imagine this planet had salt and uranium, was Viking with a tier 3 economy. Okay, that's as good as you're going to get. You'd want to now count, does this planet, okay, it took forever to spawn the planet. Now, does it have a vehicle on it that you want? And so a process of taking photos, as you listen up and you hear the vehicles flying by, okay, press 9 on the keyboard that we just mapped, and then you can E to up, and then, Q to down, and W to forward, and S to back, and then I guess D to right, and A to left. Okay, that kind of number. Alright, and then you can right click escape out of it. And that's going to be the kind of drill of that one, okay? And then this is going to be the time when we sit there and say, okay, when we first spawn the game, and why I was mentioning at that time, is that we're going to be, what was I saying? Picking up at this point. This is going to be the save point where we stop and get up at. But when we first start the game, and it's the type of planet you want, if it's got all the data, that's when we're going to come over here and start filling in these blanks. And I can leave these in here, but I'm going to delete this stuff in between now, or even between the time that we get to it. Here, let's just do it now. Let's just do it now. We right click and delete rows, and then we're going to take the view and then split the window. Select all the tiles, right click, and say optimal width. Boom. Alright, so we cleared that out. We'll do save, and then we'll come to coordinate data, do the same thing. It's going to wake the drive up. There we go. I'll say coordinate data. I'm going to do shift, and I'm going to say home. Nope, that didn't work. Alright, so let me just do it the old fashioned way. Go to the top, grab the thing, right click, delete rows. Alright, so now that's gone. Let's get rid of the view, split, select them all, and say optimal width. Boom. Alright, so now that's gone. So planets is clear, coordinates is dear, data. Okay, trade data, this is stuff that we're going to be using. I'll save that for the next round when we get into this thing. But like for now, let's just get this marker up. There's a test run I want to show. Alright, and so let's just do that. Okay, so the game is here. How long is the video? 3:30. Let's try and wrap it up by 4. Alright, so that's the process of starting the city. We'll do the screenshots for this on the next one. Or maybe we'll just do it. We'll do it at the beginning of the next one, so at least it's in there. Okay, at least it's a good starting point. We'll fill in the blanks as we go through the thing, but it's not even dialed in just yet. Actually, you know what? Where did we leave off? Planets? Let's just do it. Let's just do it. What am I trying to do here? Okay, dominant. Do a screenshot of this guy. See where it says Flora discovered? Okay, that was part of that Korvax stuff. Missions it wanted me to run. I was like, I don't even care. Okay, coordinates. Let's do a screenshot of this one. Alright, and trade. Let me take off the view. It's scaled different. Actually, you know what? Let me just bring the scale back up. There we go. Alright, starting head to toe. Okay. So we got sodium. Actually, hold on. Did I get you trade? Oh, you got that. Okay, so trade. Um, you got a copy of the screenshot. I'm not sure if I went too fast. Okay, now we'll do trade. Head to toe, starting with sodium, ending on gold. Go ahead and do a screenshot. Okay, and then starting on silver, ending on living slime. Okay, go ahead and get a screenshot. Okay, and then starting on runaway mold, ending on larval core, Get some coffee. Alright, trying to save you lots of time here. Larval core. Alright, larval core. This is why I said set your mouse to 1. Storm crystal. Okay, and we're going to end on drop pod coordinate data. Go ahead and do a screenshot. I give it a pause because if I'm doing it on a cell phone, dude, and it's doing it off of YouTube, it's got to do tap, and then it's got to pause, and then there's a time delay, and it's slow, dude. And if this video is long, as they always are, then doing the backspace, rewind, reverse, that's just like you can crash the whole video, and that's just a problem. Alright, so we're going to start on antimatter housing, and we're going to end on ionosphere. Let's go ahead and do another screenshot. I just reinstalled the new copy of LibreOffice, and so I haven't had a chance to go through and do screen or spell checks on it, but this is how it was typed. This is copy and paste, and so if there's a misspelling, that came from the source, dude. I didn't do it. Alright, pretty much at this point I just add them all in, but I copied them from that one site, and so that's how it worked. Alright, so ionosphere, and decommission circuit board. Do a screenshot. I'm trying to save you some time and effort, dude. You're gonna have to copy and paste some of this stuff, and you're gonna find this along the way. These lists are going to populate. They are going to populate. Okay, now you can go and compile this stuff for yourself, or you can take a screenshot. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm trying to do you a solid. Alright, so starting on welding soap and ending on portable refiner. Go ahead and do a screenshot. Alright. And let's go back to the top. See, stuff like this, you want to scroll up 1. If it scrolls by 3, the mouse wheel, oh, it's a headache. That's a headache. Alright, so we got that. Trade elements. Let me put this back here. Save. Elements. Let me zoom out a little bit first so it just fits on the screen as well as I can get it. Alright, do a screenshot right there. It's a clean install, and so all the spell checkers. Everything is copy and paste. You know what I mean? So go to the source. But let's see. Alright, we got a screenshot on that. Let me zoom it in and get this guy. The purple at the end was just me really not knowing what at the time and trying to get it to fit. Alright, do a screenshot. I'm trying to get it all on the screen. Go ahead and do a screenshot there. I'm counting down from a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, and I'm going to zoom it into 100%. Okay, so there's 100% at the start of the list. And do a screen capture. Alright. It seems like we're just going to be stuck. Alright, so go ahead and do another screen capture. Alright. Let me go to the front of the list here. Save that. Here's notes. Here's a couple crashes right here. Go ahead and do a screen capture of these. Alright. We're just going to get through this one and we're going to scrub it off and then call an end of the tape, you know what I mean? And then I'll install the other one later, let this one render. We'll start off the new one on my planet, that kind of thing. Or we'll get through this build first, but I want to get this, I want to see if it tests. I want to show you falling through the floor. Okay, here's going to be, you got a screenshot on that. Let me see if I can do something here. Let me do this. Here we go. Alright, so go ahead and get a screenshot of this. This is going to be another shopping list when you're in the game. I gave you a shopping list to do this part. This is going to be your shopping list in game. The only real difficulties are going to be the Starship modules. These the S-class Starship modules, you're gonna have to do some footwork for those. But other than that, these are all solid. That being the case, we cannot achieve this right off the gate, so we're gonna have to like level up what we can at the time. Okay, so we're gonna take everything and max whatever we can, and we're gonna build up as we get there. But this is going to be our objective. We're gonna have to obtain these 6 modules or 5 modules. 6, 5. I keep seeing 6. Hold on. Contorting around here. Okay, and then up at the top, what do we got? The exosuit slots. The exosuit slots. Okay, that's going to be another priority. We're going to level those up before we move them up. This iteration number, man, it's very recursive. I mean, like, there's definitely a time lapse. It's like we're the ones who created it all, and it really seems that, like, the suit is wearing me, if that's supposed to be. You know what I mean? It's a fresh iteration and anomaly containment. Okay, it seems that, like, the suit is the living organism or the guiding issue. I don't know. All I know is there's like this dude who's got a weird head and he's hologram every time I see him. And I think he's the guy that's talking to us and all this stuff, but I can't remember his name right now. Artemis, maybe? That's probably not right. I can't remember the guy. He's like a hologram dude I see everywhere. But that's another story. And so we got that guy. Let me just put this back in place. Let me do... Oh, that's fine like that. Just leave it. Alright, so that's done. And then scout. Scout and plant and coordinates look identical, right? Okay, but the coordinate data that we put in here is going to end up being your game file save name. Okay, and so that's going to be like a thing. You know what I mean? So you want to keep this one pristine. This is going to be your file names themselves. Okay, but when you're flying around town, okay, you're going to see stuff. Go ahead and do a screenshot. You're going to see stuff, and when you do, if you're Johnny on the spot, you just quick as you can try and get to the location data. That's like your coordinates, your latitude and longitude, and then you can hit the camera mode number 9 and kind of pause the game, and then you can fill in what that is. You can come back to it later. You can come back to it later, but that's why you're going to need to have that coordinate data, and you can't see it. Okay, so got that one done. Let me scroll this up a little bit. Okay, fighter, hauler, shuttle, explorer, exotic, and living. I used to call it alien, but I guess it's living. You guys call it, so I kind of try and adjust when you guys adjust. I used to call it synthesizing, you guys call it duplicating, you know. I can't do the stuff where you guys, like, find somebody else and give somebody something, then go save it and relaunch it and it duplicates. I can't do that. I work offline, and so that's out of the equation. But fighter... Okay, take a screenshot of that. The radiant pillar is just kind of like the saline solution, you know, the baseline. This is what we've all got, and so when you're comparing stats, all right, we'll do hauler. I did the color skill kind of like going back to school, yeah, the you get new binders, you get new backpacks, you get a lunchbox, whatever. You get like dividers in between your page chapter sections. I come to find now that like the fighter is a Viking and the hauler is a Gek and the explorer is a Korvax, and so there's different colors for those. I'll use those from the trade route A in the economies tab for the actual those life forms. Okay, and so you got that one. Let's do shuttle, just so you got a screenshot and you can make it look like it. Okay, I'm counting down from a 5 and a third and a 1 and explorer. Okay, go and get a screenshot on explorer. And then a screenshot on exotic. And screenshot on living. Again, you're going to be, these lists are going to populate. It's a blank page right now, dude, but everywhere you go, when you find stuff, as you come across it, if you're diligent, you're gonna know exactly where everything is. And then, like I said, I played SimCity, dude. You're gonna build your own solar systems. You're gonna build your own networks of stuff, and then you'll be able to just keep everything in order. You'll know exactly where everything is, and then you can just go do what you want to do. But if you build it up first, you build a castle. You got to check your books first. You can't go doing stuff if you don't have what you got to make sure you got enough to do what you want to do. That's how you do it. And so that's how I do it. But here we go. Go ahead and get a screenshot of this. What you're looking at from left to right and top to bottom is like a kind of like a family tree, a Venn, okay, a branch. Uh, when you go to a secure building and you're trying to increase your blueprint catalog, and you have to go to a building and it's surrounded like a manufacturing facility usually, like a manufacturing facility tends to be surrounded by sentinels, and you gotta kind of shoot the door down, kind of thing, and then you go to the trade the terminal, and you disengage the terminal. Okay, for a brief moment inside that terminal, it'll give you access to this menu. Okay, so I write it all down, and there's a menu, and so what unlocks what? Okay, top to bottom, left to right. Okay, left to right, top to bottom. Okay. And so if you can make sense out of what you're looking at, that's take a screenshot. I'm getting hungry, dude. I'm getting hungry and I'm getting tired. So I'm going to try and wrap this up a little bit. Alright, product recipes. I'm talking about recipes. Alright, so go ahead and do a screenshot of this guy. Same concept, left to right, top to bottom. Which you have to unlock to get to what kind of stuff. Again, more blueprints are going to come up as we progress through this thing. We're going to level up before we move up. And by the time it's done, we're going to be able to synthesize anything that we need. Any element we need, we'll be able to synthesize. And so, if you got a screenshot of that, I'm going to go on to this next one. I'm going to show you right here. And when we get to our city, I'll show you what's going on there. But we'll have to wait till we start because it's in a different location. But like this screen I put up here for nostalgia. This is like, the first, you framing the first dollar bill that you earned. Okay, this is when I discovered a technique which led to me discovering another technique, which discovered another technique. And so, but this was the first discovery of that. I was refining runaway mold into nanites, and then I would exit out of the game, and then I would go back into the game. I would, exit the game, make a save point, and I'd come back into the game. And sometimes the refiners were still running. I'd come back in quick, I'd make a save and come back pretty quick, and the refiners are still running. And when they were done, I was getting different numbers out of them. First, I wasn't even noticing it. Then I'm like, wait a second, dude, timeout, 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 timeout. These numbers should all be identical. What is going on here? And so I'm just like, okay, they're in a different order than I initially put them in, but these are the orders that they came in, were initiated in. They're all sequential, and they're all declining. Okay, but then it flattens out at 4. There's a time frame involved. There's a clock involved. And so when I exited the game when those are initialized. It took 20 minutes to refine all of them. If I exited the game, make my save, and just watch, some YouTube for 20 minutes, oh, that's kind of cool. You know what I mean? That's the kind of the concept. It's what I kind of do now. But since then, I even found different techniques of doing it. You know, and so I'm telling you, man, I'm telling you. We're going to take all this stuff and get it all set up. It's going to take time, dude. I want to show you how I found to do this, dude. Found one building. Like, I spent the first month at an ancient ruins, dude. And then I found like a trade post, a trade center. And then I found a planetary archive. And then I found a miner settlement. And, you find the shelter at the start. But like, all of these different things that I found led to new discoveries. And so I'm going to bring this back to the start of the game here. This is going to be the final. This is probably not the one we're looking at. This is where we're going to start on planets. Alright, so if that's done, I'm going to go ahead and close this. This is the data that we would put into there. I don't need to be here anymore. Setting the options. We'll set the options in the... Well, right now we'll leave these options set. We're pretty much good here. I want to go and do a test demo. I did this in first, so the settings are default. Okay, and then, whoops, the settings are all default. Oh, I wanted to make a test run and see it crash through the floor. Are we good on the planet? We're good on the planet. Alright, so at this point what we would do is we'd say, exit, and say quit. Actually, let me save it one more time. No, we already saved when we exited, so I'm not even going to keep it. But what we would do is we'd exit and then we'd save it. Okay, then when we save it, we come up here to our Hello Games, we right click and say add to hellogames.zip. In this hellogames.zip, we'd say cut, and we come over to our backups folder and we would paste it in our backups folder in our little town. We'll go back to that one later. Start a new build, new and folder. Okay, we'd say our new folder, we come and put our city here, and we paste it, okay, and this new folder would be the name of the place, and then we'd be in our spreadsheet, okay, in our spreadsheet we would copy this data, we'd say, okay, the coordinate data line, we'd copy, and we come back here, and then we'd say, right click, we would say, we would say like, 0 space, and then like fill in data. Fill in data from spreadsheet. I'm not sitting at a typing angle right now, sorry about that. And so that would end up being the file name, and then you'd have a 1, 2, 3, and 4 as you progress through the game. Now this I don't care about, so I'm just going to get rid of that. What I do want to do though is find where demo, what is, I'm trying to remember, I don't remember what was in that test. I don't remember what were in any of these tests. I remember this test. Let's go with this one. I know this one was one. Copy, and let's go and close that. We'll close this. Back to this guy. We're going to paste it. There's our demo. We're going to take this one. We're just going to delete it. Okay. And then right click, zip, extract here. Okay, and there it pops in. Alright, so let's launch this and see what we get. We're going to run a test right now. How long is this tape? 10 minutes? Alright, let's try and wrap it at 4. 4 hours, dude. Goodness. We did a lot, did a lot, did a lot. Here's that nag I was talking about that showed up on my AMD machine. Alright, we're going to launch a test in 3.82. When this is done, we're going to uninstall it. Okay, and then we're going to call this an end to this tape. Load save. I can't remember. I've been so many I didn't label them properly, but I remember 7 was a test build. I can't remember what I did in the other ones. Alright, so when we first walk in, first thing we're going to do is we're going to walk in around the corner. And then we're going to see what it takes to fall through the floor. Well, it'll end up rendering. It won't render by the time we get there. And if the floor falls out underneath us, we're just gonna keep going. But I want to demonstrate what I'm talking about here. Alright. See how the floors aren't rendering in? Yeah. Okay, or falling through the walls or falling through the floors. Yeah, we fell through the floor. Yeah, it's still happening, dude. It's still happening. Alright, so... yeah, that's what's gonna happen, man. Alright, so we're gonna go back to 3.75. There's no reason for me to stay here. This guy hasn't fixed it. He has no intention of fixing it. And so... what up, dude? How you be? Yeah, right? Alright, so let's go for a drive. Let's go for a drive. I want you to notice here, first off, I can't see my coordinate data, it's really loud. But on the sides of the edge here, look. Up right here, when we come back, there'll be a drum. One of those Atlas 1 drums. Atlas Pass drums. And then up here will be a green foot locker and a white box and a yellow box. Okay? These are underneath this ramp right now. But once we leave into space, it puts it right on top. So let's get out of here. Okay. Right off the bat, let's... there we go. I can't get my coordination with this this view. Now look, this is what now you can see your cockpit. Okay, we're gonna change all that. We're gonna have to shift our view to 200%. But look how fast we're going to be able to see our coordinate data. We need to be flying in motion. If we cannot differentiate north from south, you can't tell east, you can't tell west. We need to fly by wire. We need to fly by data. Okay, and so the only way you can see all 5 screens is in a shaking position while you're at maximum pulse engine flying through space. You know what I mean? That's just not gonna work, dude. Let's get an edge on here. This is just a C-class I picked up for a demonstration, so pardon my flying. Slow motion. Okay, now inside of here, it's gonna be so loud. This is what it's like in my career working on Pleiades, dude. You're gonna have a bunch of stuff that's really, really loud when everybody starts getting in here. Okay, once everyone starts pulling in, dude, it's gonna get really, really loud really, really quickly. Now, my car is more than just a ramp, dude. Okay, I can come to the top and I can edge over something. If I was on the side and I was trying to hang over the side of a water, I can sit on a diving board and I can scan everything in the ocean. I can park the car right on the edge. Okay, if I'm trying to harvest everything at a distance, I've got a line of sight everywhere I look. And if I need to get a better edge, I can go get a better edge. Okay, but I've got like a clear line of sight. There's no dorsal. Okay, if I'm standing right here, okay, hold on a second. I'm no good at this mode, but let me just press the button. Okay, when I'm standing right here, dude, like, dinosaurs, animals that are trying to eat me, they can't eat me, dude. They can't get anywhere near me. And what ends up happening is they end up running around the vehicle. They just run around the vehicle, like pulling laps, dude. And they'll do that like all night. You can just sit out here and just pop, 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 pop. You know what I mean? And so, this is what I'm going to try and show you how to do it, dude. And there's, like, I got some frustrations with this game, but like I'm not willing to go and be a guinea pig anymore with the updates, dude. You know what I mean? Here, let me pack a bowl and wrap this video down. But that's kind of the drill, dude. I'm like kind of over all of that. But this is my vehicle. This is my planet in my star system. And like, you know, I go like, I'm not into like the whole experiment mode, dude. Okay? Everywhere I go, I try and build something. Everything I try and build is orange and white. And so I got orange and white. Okay, I was trying to reproduce an F-16. This is the closest I can produce to an F-16. I know it's not an F-16. I know, like, that's got a curved windshield, and there's another one with another thing or whatever. Alright? But this is as close as I'm ever going to get to being a space astronaut, dude. You know, this is the closest I'm ever going to get to going into space. But again, still, I'm falling through the floor. Okay? I don't care about a new update, dude. I don't care about a new update. Here, let me pack some smoke here for a second. Alright, so what we're gonna do, I'm gonna pack a bowl right now, but like, this is how loud the settings are on this game. I'm gonna have to turn them all down, and we're gonna get them configured when we get there. You see how the cameras just shook right there? I'm gonna turn that kind of stuff off, dude. Like, when I'm building my base, and I'm trying to get precise and something flies by, dude, yeah, it's cool. It's like, this is awesome. It looks rad, dude. I'm not talking any junk about that, but like, I could care less. Man, I've been playing video games since like 1977, dude. 1970s, dude, the 1970s, 1977. Okay? Like, I've seen all different graphic types. I could care less. I just want it to work. I'm grateful that it does look cool. It looks awesome, dude. Like, the one thing I love about this game is it fulfills that kind of, like, basic human desire to go out into space. And the community around it are just, like, everybody. It's all kinds of people. It's, like, regular people. For everyone who doesn't want to run around shooting, like, that's another part, dude. I'm playing this game because I don't have to go around shooting everything all the time. Okay, there's sentinels. But that means I gotta go around shooting sentinels, and they're shooting at me. Man, it's hard enough to build a base. That's cool. We could do sentinels, but if they're already working, and this is the point I really want to express here, right now this is version 3.82. As of current circa, I don't have the clock, Saturday, February 26, 2022, 12:31 in the afternoon. Okay, there's an experimental mode, the last time I looked at, a test mode for 3.83. That means they gave you 3.82 knowing that it wouldn't work. And I guess people today have come to terms with that and accepted it, but dude, that's not the way it's supposed to be, man. Okay? It's an obligation of the developer to make a final product that works, dude. You gotta put it in a box, send it on a shelf. That means you have to make sure you got everything working. Now that everything's on the interwebs, updates. Dude just took a Christmas vacation, comes back from Christmas vacation, gives us some junk that they started up, you know, they took like a month off, and then like come back what they did with the last couple of weeks, slap it out there, say it's a release with the complete intention of like it not working and having the public at large that pays for this stuff. I know these are free updates, but you still got to buy in, dude. And then you get updated into this game where you're like, okay, cool. Now there's a mechanism that doesn't work. It's destroyed whatever else. There's always bugs, dude. It never works on release. Okay? It was almost like a grace. Okay? It was a complete taboo to have a buggy application. Remember, games used to come on cartridges, man. Cartridges. Super Nintendo, regular Nintendo, Atari, ColecoVision, Intellivision, Atom. Okay? If you put out a game on a cartridge, there is no updates, dude. It's gotta work. Didn't you? There's a generation, I never had one, man. The Game Boys, it was a little cartridge. You slide it in there, And a Nintendo, there's Nintendo, it was a cartridge. What is updates, dude? What is updates? The manufacturer's got to make it work. This stuff, I'm not going to be a guinea pig anymore. I guess that's the ranty. Okay? I'm not going to be a test rabbit. Look right now. On the screen, I can see it. Look at the lights at the floorboard, at the wall in the background. On the left side, it's bright gleaming red. And the window in the corner on the other side is bright gleaming red. Okay? If we were looking at the other angle from the opposite direction, see on the other side it's kind of got that blue. That's like an old, like 1950s movie theater where you get popcorn and soda pop, okay, and they give you a pair of glasses at the door with one eye is red, one lens is red, one lens is blue, okay? That's the vignette. That's on by default. The scan lines are on, but I'm not even in first person, okay? So the idea of a helmet, why is there scan lines and why is there the 3D with the virtual reality helmet? It breaks from that whole mode altogether. The point is, this is on a computer. There's no virtual reality helmet attached to here. Or goggles, whatever you call them. Okay, there's no VR helmet on my machines. Why is this set by default? If you can hear how loud my voice has been, when we exit out of here, dude, okay, I had a career, man. At the higher point towards the end of it, I was working at NASA. I was a senior systems administrator of high-performance supercomputing and numerical aeronautics simulation. A short story shorter, as wind tunnels are useless in space, it requires a lot of harmonic and spherical trigonometric data set models, okay? But right now, like I'm talking to you, I'm having to talk over the engine of the Starship, and the sound of my voice having to talk over this. In this room right now, the sound is in my headset, okay? But when I'm at work and I'm working on Pleiades or Kraken or Origin or anybody, you know, it's like we're working on Sun or whatever. These are loud machines with lots of fans. It produces a lot of noise. And when you're having to maintain a 12-hour workday and you're talking to the person next to you, dude, like your voice blasts out. My voice is blown out. Okay, that's really what I want to kind of express here, dude. I'm going to wrap this tip up. I'm going to smoke a bowl, but we're going to think of what I'm going to do on this next video. Is there anything on this one that I want to touch some more? Yeah, yes I do. On this video, we're going to go and do an uninstallation. We're going to do an uninstall. And so, here, let's just do that. Let's just do that. Let's go home real quick. Here, let me smoke a bowl, and then we'll get out of here and go home. Alright, so there's other things. If you look here, these little hexagon landing pads, when they're enlarged and the graphics are higher, these things just glisten. I don't care about the graphics. And then the floor starts to dither out if you increase the graphics. I don't care. I just want it to work, dude. Here, hold on. We're gonna fly back to the house in a second, dude, but like, what you call it? I'm gonna smoke this first. Here, let's just go, dude. Alright, let's bounce. Oh. Here we go. Let's do this. Actually, you know what we'll do? We'll uninstall this one and we'll install the other one. Now see where my base is directly at my house or directly at the Starship? I placed it there organically, okay? Like I went through and followed the navigation, lined myself underneath the space station and found a local place, you know what I mean? And then I built from there. And so that's how I made this build. If we do it organically, we might end up in the same place. I don't really want to do that for this demonstration. We can, but it's really not going to be so much a concern. There's usually like a cursor tag that you can like, when it's all done, we'll be using a teleporter a lot, you know? And And so when it comes to building a new base, on the next build we're going to start from scratch. We're going to level everything up. We're going to find another base, but we're going to use navigation data to do it. Okay? And then we're going to be selective in elements. We'll get in all that stuff a little bit later. Now we can tag it. Alright, so we're tagged. I'm on the throttle. Here, let me put this down. I want to try and reproduce a bug while we're flying in. If we get there quick, now remember that stuff is going to be sitting on the shelves on the top of the ramps. Alright, we're going to hop out real quick, and I want to see if we can fall through the floor again. Alright, we're back, out, up, and we fall through the floor. Alright, dude, and see how everything is like three-dimensional? It's all like red and kind of green off to the side. And we fall through the ground again. Dude. I don't care about playing with sentinels, man. You see how, now look at the base. See at the top and the stars? They're like red on the left and blue on the right. Okay, that's the vignette. That's that three-dimensional helmet. Okay?
Radiation protection falling.
Alright. And then that little red flag, the banner by the save beacon, that causes game crashes, crashes the desktop. Those two, I started writing them down. Those two different, on the notes page, those tokens, okay? But like, I'm going to show you how to do all this stuff. You can do it on your own, but there's a lot of precision type of stuff and techniques along the way to do this. I tried saying in the other ones I built, it's like a Borg. The objective here is to have the vehicle, the starship, see, look at the bottom and the icon, okay? Every foot in that place, maybe a little bit off on the top floor, but that's just an observatory, but every foot in there is accessible from the starship. I can load any element, and that's a big workstation, okay? People want to put all their bases on the starship, on the space freighter. They want to put it all in the space freighter, dude, and it's just like, if you try and build everything on a freighter, yeah, build an extension base of what you need, but on this planet, the starting planet, the spawning planet, you're completely safe from everything, dude. No animal is going to try and eat you, even in the darkest of scary caves, okay? I'm telling you, man, I'm telling you. There's all kinds of other stuff. See each of those? See along the sides there? All of those refiners? Those are my storage, man. I see everybody's running around putting storage up. It's like, I'll use each individual one. Again, what do I need? What do I have? What can I do? Okay? Well, I see people getting these big storage vaults, but those require power and all kinds of stuff, and you gotta go all kinds of places, dude. There's so much to be done before you even get anything started. But the reason for the Borg, okay? When I had my first planet, I had a hostile planet where the Sentinels were always trying to get at me, you know what I mean? Well, the Sentinels are always trying to get at me. I gotta make sure that, like, they can't get over the walls, and then they couldn't get over the walls. You know what I mean? And so, as I was playing this game, start along the way, the first place, I spent about a month and a half at the my first base, which was Assault Uranium Planet, but I didn't even understand anything about that yet. I had just come across I got the starship working. I found an ancient ruins, and when I was at the ancient ruins, oh, look at my dinosaurs too. They're like the total plumed lizard, like Jurassic Park type of thing. I love my planet, dude. It took me like 2 months from wake to sleep to spawn this thing. This is 4 months later altogether. So this is where we're going to be playing the next game. But I wanted to run through and show you that test, okay? I wanted to show you that test. We're going to look in the base. There's other stuff that they've added. Transparencies. I don't care about transparencies, dude. They on the weapons cabinet, when you walk in, there's a hatch that falls down, and then you get surprised to see what's there. Well, then why am I going to look at it? They just were like trying to find something else to do. The shape that they put of this transparency, it's like kind of like a Star Wars stormtrooper rifle, okay? But it doesn't match any of the weapons that are in there. And all the weapons that I see spawning totally are just garbage. Okay, I have no interest in the Sentinels game, nor the updates, nor the functionality that it's added. The methods we're going to use during this game, you can use in any version. If there's a new technology, then go for it. But if we're going to build this back up, I've already made some considerable progress in this game. Okay, but if we're going to bounce out of here, we're going to do this over again. But like, I've kind of got my eagle's nest, you know what I mean? If we find this again, like, we're on top of a... Here, let's get back in the house. I like my base, dude, but we're going to take a different approach in the build. We'll build a different base. We'll build a different base. But this is my planet. This is where we're going to be building. I found this base organically. Okay, I found this base organically, but we're not going to spend any time here. Okay, we're going to go and use coordinate data. We're going to go and use navigation data, and get planetary charts. Hold on, let me spark this for a second. I just want to show you where we are right now. See this little eagle's nest? Let me get my fingers. There we go. We're on the top of an eagle's nest here. Okay. There's a planetary archive in the background. Found that as I was coming in. Okay, we're at the edge of a long, tall mountain. See how that 3D stuff is all blurred? Don't need any of that. We're at the top of an eagle's nest. It's called an eagle's nest. Make sure you don't hit the ground. Okay. We're right on the edge. Just flying around the house real quick. We're on the edge of a tall... We're on an eagle's nest, like a huge mountaintop. I love my little base. I love my little place. See this drum? Okay. And over here, what am I trying to tell you? This happens. It keeps happening. These are on the floor underneath this ramp. Okay, but when I leave space, look at the stars, look at the planets, are totally three-dimensional. Now watch. Okay, but just for the sake of it, see how these are on the top of the ramp? Just showing you a bug here, dude. Watch. Let's just get in the car. Alright, let me get out of the car for a second, okay? They're still there. They're still there. Okay, let's just do this. Reload autosave. And then they'll be tucked away underneath the floorboards. You know what I mean? Which way is it going to be? Is it going to work or is it not going to work? I just want to be able to walk in my base without having to pump it up to ultra settings. Okay? If you increase the base complexity, it solves that problem. But it starts the game in default mode and enhanced with its column number 2. But the base complexity for enhanced has been replaced by the see how they're gone now? It's gone again. Okay? It's underneath the floorboard. That's a bug. That may not seem like much, but see how there's a ramp to a door? Up there, there's going to be a ramp and a door, and up there, there's a ramp and a door, and up there, there's a ramp and a door, and up there, there's a ramp and a door, and up there, there's a ramp and a door. Because eventually, I'm going to have a much better jetpack. Okay, and then when we do this, when we do this, okay, we're going to be able to go a lot higher, and then we won't have to walk through the staircase. Here, let me show you what I'm talking about. I started building this back in like January, I think, when I started getting the idea to do this demonstration, okay? I got this planet, I spawned this planet back in January, or back in Christmas, and then in January I was like, you know what, let me make a demonstration for everybody, and then I went and started building a different base as a demo base, but then like it had a different version. Oh, and I just fell through the floor again. Ah, this is what I'm talking about, dude. fell through another floor. Fell through another floor and fell all the way to the ground. Yeah, dude. I don't care about graphics, bro. Sean Murray, dude. I don't care about your graphics. I put in a lot of time and effort on this base. And I'm almost like really like, I want to take you through the whole step process to do it, but it's lengthy, dude. It's lengthy. And I don't know whether I should just keep the base. I get zapped by something else. Okay, look at this, dude. Here's a gun that doesn't fit in the case. Okay, that gun doesn't match the case at all. At all. Alright? But like, these screens on the side, that's not the same weapon. That's not the same weapon. That's not the same weapon. None of these are the weapon. All of this data is just a joke. There's an additional transparency and a light inside of there. The weapon doesn't even fit in the case. Why does this case look like that? That just seems like an extra graphic, and it's trying to fill it up, and it's off even on the edge. It's not even centered. It's not even centered in the materials. Okay? I don't care about that kind of stuff, dude. I really just don't care about that kind. Why am I still getting zapped? What is... Did you see that? What was that all about, dude? I don't even understand what was going on with that. I walked through the walls twice. I walked in and I got zapped. And then I walked out and I got fried again. What is the deal with that, dude? Yeah, I'm not feeling any of this, dude. I'm not feeling any of this Sentinels patch, dude. I just picked up this little C-Class just to get going. It's not, there's no mods on this at all. There's another planetary, or another... Yikes. Yeah. Navigation data. Watch this. Let's try something. Now watch. We made a save. It's going to give us navigation data. Now watch. Here's a bug. I want to see if it still exists. What'll happen... Now watch. We just made that save. Look in the inventory. Okay, look in the inventory. There's the navigation data. Okay, here's the navigation data. What's going to happen is I'm going to reload the save right now. We just made a manual save. Okay, I want to see if this bug still exists. If it still exists, what'll happen is when we reload, we saved it and then it gave us the navigation data. We have not saved again since then, so the order of operations, this is still in our inventory, but it's not saved in our inventory in the game save. But the game registers that it gives us the navigation data and it won't give us it again. If we reload the game, this will be missing. That's what's usually been happening. You know what I mean? And like, that's again, like I don't care about graphics, so let's just test that out. This is just a test. And this 3D vignette has got to go. But hold on. Options, reload, manual save, reload, manual save. If they fix it, that'd be great. There's another thing, like if we go to the space station before the mission tells us to, it'll create an instance of a teleporter at the space station, and there'll be a duplicate instance, and that's been there through all of 3.7. go, dude. Okay? I don't care about graphics, dude. I don't care about graphics. I care about the bugs, dude. We're gonna delete this build. Because I'm not going to go through this again with the Sentinel update, dude. Sentinel doesn't work. 3.7.0 came out. I told everybody, I posted it, I got the seed ready, and I fed the fish, and I said, look, it's broken, just be warned. And then I'm getting people, like, shooting it down. I get, you know, shadow banned and all the YouTube bottom of the bunch. Okay, let's try it again with the next build. And a day later, dude, 3.7.1. Okay, and then a day after that 3.7 or 3.81, and then 3.82. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, and already in the experimental mode, okay, they've got a 3.83. This build isn't set, it's not finished, and they're gonna guinea pig you. I'm not gonna play this one unless I have the desire, because I got everything I've seen with these Sentinels. It's just not my game, dude. I'm not feeling it at all, like at all. And so, like, I'm gonna skip on that. You know what I mean? But it's going to be forever in the build going forward. You can use whichever build you want. Okay? You can use whichever build of the software that you want. You can apply these same techniques to it. Look, dude. Okay? We landed right through the banner, dude. This is the banner flag. And our cockpit it's right through our cockpit. I've been severed by a flag. A banner flag. FLAG. Okay? This game is still broken, dude. I'm not going to be a guinea pig for this next round, dude. Basically, like, here's the deal, dude. If I use this build, 3.82, everything I do, it's going to be based on 3.82. It's going to carry forward. I don't want this build to contaminate my planet, dude. Like, at all. Like, if I do go to it, it'll be when it's finalized, dude. When it's at final build and they release the next version of God only knows what they're going to try and put out there. Okay, when Sentinels is obsolete and they've moved on to the next title. Last one was Expedition, this one is Sentinel, and then when Sentinel becomes Expedition, whatever becomes Sentinel. Okay, like, then I'll begin to play Sentinel once they've, like, finalized it, if I feel like I'm up to it. But at this point, dude, there's nothing in this game for me. All I know is, like, when I've played this game, okay, and, like, I try and go to the space station, okay, and, like, when I try and go to the space station, I get chased by Sentinels, dude. Why are there Sentinels trying to chase me at the space station? Okay? Well, how is there a space station there if there's Sentinels chasing you everywhere? You know what I mean? If I'm going to a space station, and on my way there I'm being attacked by Sentinels for going to it, then how is anybody getting there? Why are the Sentinels stopping people from going to it? How is it still functional? Okay? Why are they waiting for me right out the door? That's not a peaceable game. I'm not playing this game to go and do that. I want to build these economies up. I want to go and get my little stats up. I want to go out and explore stuff. And then if I feel like going and dealing with that, I'll deal with it. But this game, it's broken still. It's broken still. See the flag? Right in our face, dude. Okay, man. So have I been severed in half? I mean, this bar would have gone right through me. Right? There's the flagpole, there's the banner, man. There's the other edge of it. Let's get out of here. Where are you? We're gonna have to set these graphic settings to 200%. So see how you can see this, the entire hatch right now? All 5 screens, okay? We're gonna have to change and modify some of these settings to fit those 5 screens. to see that data at rest. And so when you're in flight, after we do that, when you hold down the right mouse button, it zooms up a little bit. In the back, it's going to do the same thing. These flight controls are so bass-ackwards, okay? The W is a forward thrust instead of a forward pitch. That's just like all kinds of wrong, dude. And so it makes it very difficult to fly in a steady motion for me at least, dude. Alright, so, hold on. Where's that thing again? Okay, so, here's what's gonna happen. Here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna exit out of here right now. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna exit out of here right now. Quit the desktop. Oh, dude. I've been yelling for like the last hour, dude. How long is this tape? 4.5 hours. Well, we got more work to do here. Alright, so I had you download some software, right? Let me launch that back up again. It's got to wake the drive up. Timeout. There you go. I had you download some software, Revo and CCleaner. We did LibreOffice, and there's Revo and there's CCleaner. We're going to launch Revo right now. Okay, so here's Revo uninstaller. Alright, now at the top of this, I told you I just installed the new version, so we all need to be on the same page if we're going to go through this. And so I got the same version that you got, or at least as time of today of recording it. Okay, but No Man's Sky, this is the Sentinel, hold on. Sentinel 382, Sentinel 83585. Pardon me. Oh. 32-bit, huh? Oh, it's because the packager. It's the packager. Sorry about that. The, No Man's Sky. Okay. Oh, what am I doing? Well, it's uninstalling it. Oh, well. Do you want to completely remove No Man's Sky and all of its components? Yes. So I just launched it. I was going to say, okay. Do you want to uninstall it? We say yes. Do you want to keep all saved games? I say no. Uninstalling it. No Man's Sky was successfully removed from your computer. We say okay. And then we do a deep scan. Always do advanced. Always do advanced. Say scan. It's going to find a bunch of registry entries. Okay. This is because my DPI is set to DPI scaling is at 175%. So it rips out the registry. We say select, and we say delete, and that's cleared out. We say browsers cleaner. We say clear, and we say Microsoft Office cleaner. Say clear, and Windows cleaner. We say clear. It takes a second. There we go. Alright, that's done. Exit. Now the next one on the list was what? CCleaner? CCleaner. Okay, so let's come down here to our desktop. We open up CCleaner. Okay, we're going to run a clean. Again, you have to configure it yourself. I can't do it for you. Alright, so run CCleaner. Again, scrubbing out more residuals. Okay, close the Explorer. That's fine. Alright, so thumbnail caches and tracking logs, okay, and the patch, and this is the Internet's Explorers that's still trying to log your data. That's like taking a log of everything you do. That's part of that spyware, kind of like master hidden record of everything that you've done. Okay, got rid of that. Registry, let's go scan the registry up. Clear everything out of there. Alright, there's No Man's Sky's binaries. Those are still leftover registry entries. The game uninstalled, but it still remains. Okay, we're going to fix all selected, say close. Alright, that one's done. Alright, for the sake of the last, now we're going to clean out Windows with its standard one. It's going to find more kind of temp files. We're going to say OK. Give this one takes a second. And what I found, it always hangs at the end of it, but standard Windows disk cleanup. Okay, say delete. Alright. Alright, so that one's done. I'm going to open up CCleaner again. And now we're going to clear out what Windows cleared out. When you uninstall the game, clear out the game first and then deal with the Windows stuff later. You don't want Windows to delete it first because then you can't deep scrub it. There we go. The Windows Cleaner does a generic dump or cleanse, but when it's done, it deletes the registries and you can't get them out. It's kind of a pain. And so there's our temp folder, No Man's Sky.8.2. We ran our cleaner, okay, and we got a copy. We're going to load 3.75. We're going to load 3.75. So we're going to exit out of here up to our temp directory. Okay, folder 1 was 3.75, 3.82. Okay, we're going to come up here to 3.75. Alright, No Man's Sky. This is where we're going to make our build. I'm not going to be a guinea pig. You can apply the same techniques to Sentinel if you want to. It doesn't work. It didn't fix the bugs that I want. The music and the graphics and all the extra stuff, I'm not feeling any of it. When it's finished and I think about it and I feel up to it, if I want to, I'll take another build once I've finished with this one and I'll deal with it. But for right now, dude, I'm telling you, I don't want it to contaminate my master planet, my main planet. I don't want it on there. I don't want to touch it. And so we just cleaned off 3.82 and now we're installing 3.75. I'm going to take this moment to go and have a smoke. Now, right now, I'm seeding No Man's Sky, the game, and I'm putting out like 2.5 megs a second, 2.7 megs a second, 2.4, 1.9. I just rippled the waters because I just went and touched the screen, but oh well, let me move that back. Okay, so this is what I call feeding the fish. There we go. Alright, while that's loading, I'm going to pack another bowl. Alright, well this video is going to be long, dude. The last time I tried to do it, it was 7 hours, like to the minute. You know what I mean? Like, if we can keep it under 7 hours, I guess that would be a good thing. Now this time, we're going to change and configure the files, and we're going to fill in all the data for it. Okay. I'm going to make this a big all-in-one video for the first part of it. And then we'll put it in a reference on the link or something like that. I don't know. No one's going to watch it anyway because YouTube's going to bury it. But someday, maybe somebody finds it and hopefully it works out and it's helpful. But if I don't document this now, I'm going to forget how to do half the stuff that I remember how to do. And that's going to be just a fiasco. Hold on. I really don't want to give up my base and my location. I got like the perfect spot, dude. I got the perfect spot, but we're going to take a different approach. Just understand, I think if what I'm reading, they said that they fixed a bug where there was a duplicate entry of the space station. If that is, then that's what I'm probably talking about. Because like, if you go to the space station, sorry, my hair is falling down my shirt, tickling me. If you go to the space station before the mission wants you to, it tends to create a duplicate entry in your teleporter list. And so that's kind of why I've kind of taken more of an organic approach. But at the same point, dude, like, what you call it? We're gonna change all that up. We're gonna change all that up. And we're gonna use navigation data to locate a base. Okay, there's some other stuff in there too, dude. Like, hold on, my hair is just going everywhere. 2 seconds. There we go. There we go. Alright, so the game is finished, yes? The game is finished, and we're gonna exit. Alright, so now we're gonna have to set up some folders. But before we do, we're gonna have to configure some shortcuts. You're gonna need to make some game saves. As you make game saves, hold on. As you make game saves, you're gonna have to zip those files up. Okay, and so we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that here. Should I do it on this one or the next one? We should configure it. How long is this tape? 4, almost 5 hours, dude. Alright, so if I stop the tape here and try and post it by itself and start the other one at the beginning of creating the save files, then they're going to be completely in the dark. They would have to know to come and watch this whole video. But to do that, if this was the reference and it's included in this video, it's going to be long. Okay? But even though that it's long, it's going to be complete. You know what I mean? Like the whole purpose, the objective will be completed. And so, and then we can just move on from there. And the next one would be like spawning a planet, or should we save this for spawning a planet? Let me think. Well, it's already 4 and almost 5 hours. Alright. Well, how about this? Let me just pack this bowl. Let me spark it. We'll launch this build as it is. We're going to have to launch it once. Okay, 375. We're going to have to launch it once so it generates the MXML file. But then it's going to be a matter of setting up all the folders. So, let's see. What would I call this video? No Man's Sky 1. The 0 was like the introduction. No Man's Sky 1 download, installation, and configuration. Maybe we should do that. Download, installation, and configuration. And then we'll fill in all the planet data. Well, should we fill in the planet data on the next one? Yeah, maybe. We'll start that one off. Trying to think here for a second. I almost think we need to take a break, dude. I gotta hit the head. I gotta go to the bathroom. And then, make some more coffee. How about this, dude? No one's gonna watch this anyway. It's super, super long as it is. But, like... The next video would be what? Spawning a new planet? The next video would be... How to No Man's Sky 2... Spawning a new planet, selecting a new planet, or something like that. So this one would be, oh goodness, I'm tired and I'm hungry and I'm fading. This will be, the last one was, the last video was what? Man, my blood sugar's dropping. I gotta get some coffee, go to the bathroom kind of thing. How I'm gonna do this? We just uninstalled that. We installed this one now. Let's go inside on a clean install. Let's get it configured up. Let's set the settings. We already did screenshots. Did we get screenshots? Do screenshots on the next one. How about this, dude? How about this? Let's do a cut. Or should we, yeah, we just installed it. So there's a clean install of 3.75. We can go inside there and change the settings and be a clean install and then select the planet, right? Huh. That can be done. That can be done. Alright, so let's do that. Let's do that. Let's call this one a wrap. Hold on, now I got stuff in my eye. I'm tired, dude. I'm tired. I gotta go to the bathroom. I need some more coffee. I need some food. I need to go to sleep. And so, how about this? Let me minimize this. I'm too tired to go through all this right now, dude. I'm drifting. I'm exhausted. I've been up. I've been up. I've been up. I've been up. And so I'm fading out. And before I do that, I think we should wrap it up at this. It's already super, super long. Okay, when we come back, we just deleted 3.75, or no, we just deleted 3.82. We cleared that off. 3.73 is on here. Let's get rid of that save so it's not in the way. I don't want it to contaminate it. And we'll get this demo out of here, or we'll just leave the demo there. Well, I don't even care about the demo at this point. We already did the demo. Let's delete the demo. Alright, I got a backup of that, so that's cleared out. Gives me a chance to do a system reboot or something like that. Honestly, I might even just clean this one out, do a reboot, and have a clear cache on it. That might work. That might work. Alright, so where are we at with this, dude? I'm wiped, brother. I'm wiped. I got a crash, dude. And I'm out of food. I've been working on this thing for so long, but I gotta get this thing done. Or, you know, it's never gonna get done. But I'm hungry, and I gotta eat, dude. I need to, yeah, all kinds of. My house is a disastrous area, and I'm out of coffee almost. I'm just trying to think, is there anything else they're gonna do here for a minute? I think we got all that stuff on there. Download software and installation. I guess we'll do the configuration on the next one. Well, this is download and installation. The next one is going to be configuration and new planet and spawn new planet or spawn new planet. I don't know. We're going to have to go through a lot to do this, and that's when we're going to start making game saves. This is like 5 hours, and that could take 5 hours, so I'm not going to do that right now. So what am I looking at here? The camera is set, everything is done. Look, I know my voice sounds like it sounds. I'm sorry about that, but I love everybody and that's why I'm trying to kind of be a good Christian about it. And I'm trying to pass it forward. But I'll see you all if I see you in a 3, 2, 1, cut.